of time before you suffer negative biological consequences, blackouts and ultimately redouts and even death. Comparison, our best technology, the F-16, which is it's an older platform, but one of our most highly maneuverable aircraft, manned aircraft, made by General Dynamics, can perform about 17 or 18 G-forces before you start having structural failure, meaning that the airframe begins to disintegrate while you're flying. The vehicles we're talking about are performing in excess of 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 Gs.
Mr. Elizondo, in regards to these aircraft being piloted by whatever they might be, non-human biologics, would you agree that it's likely that they are being piloted by some mind-body connection?
Ma'am, I think it is safe to presume here that they are being intelligently controlled because some cases seem to anticipate our maneuvers, and in other cases they seem to I came across an email where the word "stalked" was used in a very secure email between Navy officers discussing their ships being pursued by a UAP.
And then we have some grainy footage of weird things that gives you an impression of what they're probably talking about. Things that appear on screen, move around and suddenly disappear. So what might they mean by interdimensional? First of all, it implies that there are more dimensions than those that we already know of, 3 dimensions of space and 1 dimension of time. And second, that presumably these beings can somehow move into these additional dimensions and back out, which we can't, at least not when sober. Interdimensional space travel is basically the idea of hyperdrives, that's opposed to warp drives or wormholes, which don't require additional dimensions and are more easily compatible with the physics that we know and like. Yes, that's all science fiction, but these fictional technologies are based on scientific ideas. Indeed, scientists have long speculated that additional dimensions of space exist, and you probably know that string theory requires a whopping 10 of dimensions in total, though we don't experience most of them in daily life because they're supposedly rolled up to small radii. But string theory isn't the only theory that posits extra dimensions of some sort. Eric Weinstein's geometric unity, for example, also has additional dimensions, and he seems to believe that they might come in useful for space travel. Physicists also have various other theories with additional dimensions of space, such as the DGP brain model. Some have additional dimensions of time, and I have a theory according to which my hair has extra dimensions. But there is no evidence any of these additional dimensions exist. Even if they did exist, we don't know of any way that objects composed of normal matter, like us, could travel in them. And even if we could, at least in the theories that I know of, that wouldn't allow us to move any faster than in our familiar 3 dimensions of space, because these additional dimensions still have a speed of light limit, and inertia still exists there. What I'm saying is that simply positing the existence of other dimensions of space doesn't explain anything. I also don't see why it's even necessary. Why talk about interdimensional beings if all you want to explain is, in the best case, an advanced propulsion technology, or more likely some sort of optical illusion? This makes me think, unfortunately, that this talk of interdimensional beings is some mix of superstition and a desire for attention. I really try to be open-minded about this sort of thing, and I really want there to be aliens visiting our planet, but I have a hard time believing any of this. Maybe one day interdimensional beings will visit us, but then they see the US Congress and immediately leave again. If you ever get the feeling that the news is more about storytelling than facts, Ground News is worth a look. Ground News is a news platform for people who value facts. They collect and summarize news which has been published all over the world. Not only do they collect all articles on the same story in one place and give you a quick summary, they also give you a lot of extra information that you don't find in the standard media. Take, for example, this recent story about the scientists who for the first time managed to record people's inner voice with electrodes. This basically wasn't covered by the political right. I find this very curious. Ground News also gives you a quick summary and a factuality rating for each news item, so you know which ones to avoid. It also tells you who owns the media outlets and where the news has appeared. Ground News also has this great feature called Blind Spot. This tells you which news has been almost exclusively covered only by one side of the political spectrum. I found it to be super useful for checking whether a story is being blown out of proportion, ignored or distorted. And of course, I have a special offer for you.
Maxwell better than this poor guy. It seems like most Americans vote on entertainment value rather than actual policy. Americans, are you entertained? Well, that's a stupid way to look at it, right? Like, so a person like this doesn't have any value to the government. They don't have any information the government needs. They're not going to help anybody with anything. Whereas Ghislaine Maxwell could help the government with finding other sorts of pedophiles. So obviously you're going to be nicer to a person that you can get something out of versus somebody that you're not going to get something out of. Now, if we knew that she didn't have any of that stuff and we couldn't get anything out of her, then yeah, obviously you shouldn't treat the person that way. But that's not really what it is. That's a Maxwell interview. Yeah, it's only logic. And this is the problem, right? And or covering for the covering the president. Well, I don't know about that. Yeah, brain dead chatter. Well, I think that, again, like a lot of people, and this is the issue that I think people have, is that they disagree with something and then they work backwards to justify, this is, what if the pedophiles are in the government? Well, then I'd want them to get exposed. Like, how's that even a question? Like, so what do you mean? What if there's a bunch of pedos that are in the government? Like, well, then I think we should expose them. Like, what I think that we should do to them, I can't say. I'd get banned. So, but yeah, that's what my opinion is on it. So it's really just that simple. And they are. I bet there's probably a lot of them that are. So yeah, it's really just that simple.
Margaritas in El Salvador, like Chris Van Hollen, to support him, has shown exactly how far this country has fallen.
This is no logic.
Can have one of our major political parties unite behind illegal aliens. No, it should be for Americans. That's who America is for, not for El Salvadorian gangbangers that they're going to try to pretend are Maryland men like me. I find it despicable. So does most of the country. And I'm so thrilled to see in a couple hours this guy will finally be out. And I hope millions and millions more follow once the Trump deportation plan actually picks up steam. People got to realize the One Big Beautiful Bill had a lot of money. Everyone who's freaking out now doesn't know what's coming next. These numbers are going to go up.
It's actually a good point. Yeah, it's going to get even more extreme because they allocated so much money to it.
Drastically, there will be commas in them. It'll be into the millions.
And we're going to see what's going to happen here shortly. I want to get to this before we let you go.
They're always trying to corner you into proving your bias with obvious choices. If they're PDFs, it doesn't obviously matter what they are. Lock them up. I think that the people that try to corner me with these, like, trying to expose a bias that I have, actually expose their own bias. Because in my mind, like, why would I want to protect anybody that's a pedophile? Why would I want to do that? It's like, it's such an obvious decision. Like, if somebody does something bad, then obviously they should get in trouble for it, right? And so the fact that you would even ask that question implies that there's a level of doubt in your mind. It's not even a question. Like, nobody thinks like that.
Over 2.6 million people signed a petition supporting the illegal migrant trucker accused of pulling an illegal U-turn and killing 3 people. So the petition read, quote, "This was a tragic accident, not a deliberate act. While accountability matters, the severity of the charges against him does not align with the circumstances of the incident. The driver has no prior record and fully cooperated with authorities." Obviously, he didn't have a prior record if he was here illegally, but I need your thoughts on this.
Yeah, it shows.
Petition calls for a lenient sentencing for illegal migrant trucker accused of killing 3. Okay. Only 2 life sentences instead of 3. I think that's fair. Yeah, we'll only give him 2. Even though he probably should be getting 3 for the amount of people that he killed, we'll only give him 2. I think that's fair and reasonable. And, you know, we have to be generous and kind. Yeah, I mean, come on.
how bad and normalized it's become that we have CDL licensed
Isn't
truck
100%
drivers
botted? I
who
don't know.
don't even speak a lick of English and can't pass the most basics of tests to drive on a road with an 18-wheeler that ends up killing people.
Yep.
The only difference between him and a lot of other, these people in the country is that he got caught in a vicious and terrible crime.
True.
Of course he needs to go, but the fact that millions of far-left advocates in this country are coming to support him shows the lengths that the Democrat Party has gone to instill this into basically their party line platform, that no matter the damage, they will support this type of immigration. It's going to lead for even more popular.
It's pathological performative narcissism. That's the reason. It's just a bunch of mentally ill people that are doing this because it makes them feel good to say it. There's no principle or logic behind it at all.
Calls
That's it.
for an immigration moratorium. We need baseline standards in this country, like our truck drivers actually being able to speak and understand English.
What?
Seems like a simple barrier to entry in that job, but apparently in this case it was not, and 3 people died as a result. Mike Howell, thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, it's pretty fucking obvious, but for some people, they don't understand it, man. And I don't know what to say. Calls for lenient sentencing. What's the consideration of the families and victims? Well, that's the problem that a lot of people have with their empathy, is that this is the reason why I said that why don't they care about the 3 dead people? Because it doesn't fit into their virtue signaling worldview. That's the reason why. As soon as you understand that, like, a lot of the people, there's a big issue that I think a lot of people have, and they assume that the people that are advocating for this kind of stuff are doing so in a perspective of, like, trying to help out, or they have, like, good intentions or something like that. They definitely, definitely do not. They're just morons, really. They're just morons, and they're just doing it to make themselves feel good.
More on all those stories ahead, but first, another disturbing attack on ICE officers. A mob assaulting 4 agents in San Francisco, even threatening their families.
They gotta shoot them, bro. Like, if you're assaulting and hitting a police officer should have every right to defend himself. Like, if you're throwing rocks or something like that, they gotta shoot him. Like, this is crazy. On the spot, yeah. Like, I mean, this is so over the line.
Christina Coleman is live in Los Angeles with more on this. Christina.
John, dozens of protesters rallied outside of San Francisco's federal court building waiting for the release of a person
Kids throw rocks, dude? Why would I give a fuck about that? Everybody knows not to throw rocks at people. You know that whenever you're 5 years old. If you're throwing a rock at somebody, you can hurt them. It's that simple.
DHS identified as Adrian Guerrero, a U.S. citizen who federal officials say assaulted ICE officers and threatened law enforcement by saying, quote, "I'm going to go after your family and I'm going to stab you." Guerrero, who identifies...
Yeah, they should have just shot him. Yeah, I'm sorry. But, like, anybody getting mad about this... And I would say this if it was a private citizen. Like, if somebody said, "I'm going to go after your family and I'm going to stab you," like, and they're getting ready to stab you, I think you have every right to shoot them. Like, just right then and there, done. Not even a question. But don't need to kill? Well, I feel like that's... Why not, though? Why not? Really, like, why not? Like, that's it. I mean, like, yeah, shoot him. Exactly. Like, this is not... Why do we have to live in a society where there is any degree of leniency put towards these psychopaths? Why do we live in a world where we even want to give 1% of empathy to these parasites? This tolerance is killing people, and it needs to stop.
As a woman and goes by the name Angie, was charged with assault and destruction of federal property after allegedly slashing the tire of a government vehicle. DHS says it happened on Wednesday when a group of about 15 to 20 violent anti-ICE rioters in San Francisco assaulted, grabbed, punched, and pepper sprayed ICE agents who were conducting targeted immigration enforcement in San Francisco. In there, that's it.
Yeah, they got to start fighting back. It's actually crazy that doesn't happen. It's unreal. The same people who think you should be jailed for misgendering or not agreeing with their politics do not want to be jailed for making threats on your life? Yeah, no, exactly. Yeah, it's insane. Like, I don't know what, I don't know how this shit happens, bro. Like, I really don't.
DHS says they surrounded and assaulted 4 federal agents. DHS says, quote, while standing at arm's length from an officer, Guerrero made repeated threats stating, quote, I'm going to F you up. I'm going to go after your family and I'm going to stab you. DHS says Guerrero was also in possession of a black knife and patterned headscarf.
We should have shot him. Definitely. Like, we gotta stop putting up with this shit. Yeah, I mean, really, we gotta stop putting. Why we put up with this? What's going on? Like, why are we even? Why we take 1 second to even think about this shit?
During this incident, Guerrero was later granted bail and surrounded by supporters after being released, and had this to say about the situation.
I'm good, despite the brutality and repression that the federal government is placing on this city.
You'd be lucky you were alive. There's a reason, bro. Like, he did this in Florida, he'd be dead.
My city, the city I was born in.
The attack on law enforcement in San Francisco was yet another example of violence against immigration agents.
Why would you release him? That's the problem. Is that I don't like the fact that Trump is not more authoritarian. I don't like the fact that he is not more aggressive with this. I don't think he even goes 10% of how far I would want him to go. Like, I would totally shut this shit down. Like, is it the liberal judges? It wouldn't be their decision. Just black bag him, put him somewhere else. Like, and also, by the way, like, that's it. Yeah, same way, shut it down. Why did they not get upset when Obama did the same thing? Because he didn't. The way that the deportations were reported during Obama's presidency included people that were turned away at the border. So the actual amount of deportations that happened was much lower than what was reported.
DHS says ICE law enforcement are now facing a 1,000% increase in assaults against them as they risk their lives to arrest the worst of the worst criminal illegal aliens.
Yeah, anybody throwing a rock, anybody threatening with a knife, a federal officer, just instantly shoot them. Not even a question. And it's not even about being a federal officer. Like, I think if somebody throws a rock at you as a private citizen, if somebody threatens you with a knife, even kids, yeah, of course. I mean, you think a kid can't stab somebody with a knife? Yeah, of course. Yeah, anyone.
Despite all the violence,
why is this so hard for people? Because they disagree with what's happening, and they want these people to be terrorized because it fulfills a political goal. That's the reason why. Yeah, don't flag up for PvP. If you're under level, don't flag up. What if the officer heard incorrectly? Figure it out in the court. Yeah.
Officials continue to carry out their operations in various cities nationwide.
We're making Los Angeles and California a safer place. We're going to continue to do that, and they can take that one to the bank and cash it.
And as for that attack on ICE agents...
Yeah, they're not. This isn't going to stop until they use deadly force. That's why none of this stuff happens in Florida. It's because in Florida, if you do this, they kill you. That's it. You're done. And so that's what they should do. Like, I don't know how they let this happen.
In San Francisco last week, and those allegedly involved, Guerrero now faces a maximum penalty of 1 year in prison and a fine of up to $100,000. John?
Yeah.
I'm surprised the maximum isn't even higher. Christina Coleman. Thanks, Christina.
Click here to subscribe.
Yeah, no, I think so. And anyway, let me go back. I see this here. And yeah, 1 year. I don't know about that, right? I mean, it depends. But, like, they got to put the people in jail for a really, really long time. Because you've got to make it a deterrent, right? If you... I feel the same way. If you don't agree with the arrest, wait till the day of court. Yeah, of course. I mean, like, that's the way it has to work. And so, yeah, people thinking it's weird to respond to threats of violence with deadly force. Well, the reason why, so this is the reason why, It's because they want that violence to happen. I mean, really, in most cases, the easiest answer is the correct answer. The most obvious thing is the correct thing. The reason why they are okay with it is because they agree with it. That's the reason why. Who's verifying these Class 1 licenses in Canada and the US? Huh? Are you supposed to do... When I see this, you're not supposed to... Are you supposed to do this? You can do... I don't think you're supposed to do this. What is this? Yeah, bro, this guy's playing Grand Theft Auto. Like, what's going on with this? Somebody is saying it in chat, highly illegal. I'm not a lawyer, but I'm inclined to agree. This seems like a big problem, guys. I'll tell you that. And when server transfers open in ARC, completely changed the game. Well, I don't know about that. I mean, I played the game a little bit, but I just could not get into it, man. I just could not for any reason. And when server transfers open in ARC, completely changed the game. Well, I don't know about that. I mean, I played the game a little bit, but I just could not get into it, man. I just could not for any reason enjoy that game at all. But anyway, so... yeah, basically, they did arrest the guy. They are going to arrest him, and I think this is a good thing. Obviously, you know, they took the license away from the company, I think, that hired him, you know, like their business license, which, I mean, again, that's a good thing, but it doesn't really do a whole lot. Let's see here. Oh, here it is. Yeah, here's the video right here. The illegal truck driver who killed 3 people in Florida has just been taken into custody in California and was loaded into a plane sent by Florida. So basically, bro, they rounded this motherfucker up, man. They got him, and I don't know what's going to happen to him now, but I bet it's not good. Let's go ahead. Let's watch it. Here we go. So this literally, it just happened, I guess, a half hour ago.
Singh actually being led by Florida state authorities onto the plane there. Singh actually being led by Florida state authorities onto the plane there. It looks like he's in shackles as he's being taken back onto the plane. What exactly, Senator, would your legislation do
gotcha,
pertaining
bitch.
to this and other potential similar cases in the future?
Oh. Oh.
Well, look, there's already a basic requirement of English proficiency that some of these blue states, these sanctuary states, are just ignoring in issuing commercial driver's licenses.
No, they need to do something like this federally immediately. Like, they need to pass, like, an executive order or some shit that says, like, if you are a, like, fucking interstate truck driver, you have to pass an English literacy test right now. Like, I mean, that's it, you know, like, that's really the problem. Because, like, if they want to have a bunch of retards that can't read in California, like, I mean, that sounds like a personal problem to me. But, and also, that's not good either. But, you know, I think that if you're talking about, you know, like, multi-state lines, I mean, yeah, obviously they need to have a degree of quality control for this. How is it even a question? So, yeah, it's insane. You should learn how to English to get any job, learn how to do English to get any job. I don't know how a person gets into America without speaking English. I mean, it's the national language, and by the way, I know that up until recently it wasn't. It always has been. Everybody knows it. Every presidential address is in English. English is the national language, and it always has been. So the fact is that anybody who's not speaking English shouldn't fucking be here. Like, I don't know how this is even a question. How is this even like a conversation? What the hell are we doing?
License to truckers.
Yes. Oh my God.
I think 2 things. Number 1, these states like Washington and California that want to keep issuing commercial driver's license need to show that they are complying with that basic requirement, that the people that they're putting on these roads that are going into other states can actually read the signs.
Yeah, imagine expecting somebody who drives a truck that could kill people to be able to read traffic signs. I mean, I don't know, guys. That seems a little bit it sounds a little bit racist to me. Ah, geez, guys. Like, yeah, it sounds kind of bad. Wow. How many families need to die for this? This is so horrible. Well, I don't understand. And I think that, again, like, it's just in general, like, anti-American, Western racism or like a sense of like guilt where it's like, oh, well, we can't force people to learn English. Like, absolutely you can. 100% you can. It's not even a question. I mean, this isn't like a a restaurant. This is a life and death situation, very clearly, right? And so that's where we're at.
Understand English and be able to communicate.
So yeah.
With motor carrier.
So I disagree. My mom's Puerto Rican. She does not speak English. Puerto Ricans are legal and they're not obligated to speak English. I'm on your side with a lot of things, but not that part, man. Wow, okay, so there's like 1% of Puerto Ricans that don't speak English, so we should just let... And also, like, they automatically became U.S. citizens, right? Because Puerto Rico is a U.S. territory. So that's like a very different thing than what I'm talking about, right? I mean, you clearly... Like, what I'm saying is that people should... If somebody is coming into the United States and they can't speak English, I think that should be an automatic decline. Should be an insta decline if you're not proficient in English. I don't even see how anybody can argue against this. It seems like the most obvious common sense opinion, but for some reason it eludes everybody.
Safety inspectors.
Well, that's a gotcha. Yeah, of course.
And instructions for driving, and they need to be permanent and lawful residents of the United States.
And also, by the way, if your mom drives a fucking semi-truck, she better learn. Like, I got no problem. She wants to sit at home and do whatever the fuck. Yeah, fine. Don't speak English. It's okay. You're a U.S. territory. It is what it is. But, like, if you're going to go around driving a fucking truck, you better learn how to read the goddamn signs. I mean, what are we even doing here, guys? Come on. What is this? Talking about CDL? Yeah.
Basic minimum. And that way you don't have other states that are following the law. As you know, Florida is a law and order state. We comply with the laws because we know that that ensures the safety of our citizens.
Yeah, it's obvious.
We shouldn't fall victim to or be penalized by other states that don't do the same.
Well, yeah, exactly. I mean, like, again, it's just what an unforced error. What a massive. And in my opinion, I think that from everything that I know about the government, I don't think this had anything to do with liberal policy. I mean, maybe at the top it did. I think this just had to do with another person that works at the government who doesn't give a fuck about their job. They don't care about how things go, and they're just doing whatever the hell they want, right? I think that's really what's going on here more than anything. So, yeah, and is driving that hard? Yes, apparently it is. And it was absolutely liberal policy? Maybe, right? I don't know. Is this kind of stuff another reason why people push for autonomous self-driving cars? I mean, I'm going to be honest with you guys. I think that truck driving is that job is on a it has its days are numbers, basically, right? I think that very clearly you are going to see truck drivers losing their jobs. Whether this is sooner or later, it's hard really to say, but I do think it's going to happen. The reason why is because it's safer and better for everyone if you could have an autonomous driving car. Because another thing that people might not consider is that even if these truck drivers are, like totally, they can speak English, they're born in America, there's like no native or no, like a non-native element to this. Like a lot of truck drivers drive for a really long time. And there's a level of human fatigue that happens with this. And so that's why they have like beds at the back of their truck. So I would say that probably a lot of drivers are probably sleep deprived at some point or another, if not most of the time. And because of that, everyone is, but locally. Yeah, exactly. Right. And so because they're sleep deprived and this is a job that they can only do theoretically for 8 to 12 hours a day, 15 at the best. And that's not a good thing either. It would be better for everybody if you had autonomous driving cars that could drive at 100% efficiency 24 hours a day. Like, this would just simply be an improvement for the human race. It's not something that would be good for truck drivers. It's not something that would be good for companies. It's something that would be good for everybody. And I think that a lot of the, reluctance from AI actually comes from people afraid of losing their jobs. That's primarily where it's coming from. It's not coming from people that are actually, people that are against AI fundamentally, because I don't see how an ethical person cannot come to this conclusion, right? I mean, in my opinion, I think it's inevitable. So yeah, you need infrastructure for that, designed for AI, not human drivers. Well, I don't think that's even really true, because we already have AI. So, like, based off of that logic, how do we have self-driving taxis now? How many Waymo and Tesla auto-driving car accidents do we have? Because, like, I feel like if there was a Tesla auto-driving car and it had an accident, everybody on the news would be hearing about this forever. And I'm sure it's happened before, right? I mean, it's definitely happened. But like, if I compare, let me see here, rate of self-driving cars versus real drivers, rate of accidents. Let's see here. We'll go ahead and look at this. This is obviously AI, so like it might not be accurate, but let's go ahead and find out. 9 million drivers. Okay. With Waymos, 4 million. Okay, so human drivers have accident rate of about 4 to 4.5 per million miles driven. So it's about 9 crashes per miles driven. Recent studies, Waymo's improvement is 2.1 miles driven. Okay, so it's 8.5. So apparently Waymo, according to this, right? Waymo is a caveat. Yeah, and this is also, AVs tend to have fewer severe crashes but struggle in specific scenarios. Yeah, I mean, like, well, let me actually ask, this is a better question. How many fatalities have happened because of a self-driving car? Right? Because, like, I mean, I think it's a big difference. You know, you're talking about, like, an accident. Like, you know, there's a fender bender, and then there's people that are getting killed. So only one fatality has been directly attributed to a fully autonomous vehicle. So this seems very, very unlikely, right? I mean, there's literally a list of them, and each one is labeled by the year, right? So that very clearly this doesn't happen a lot. And it's extremely fucking minor. And yeah, how many you want to get the rash on your face from? No, I don't actually. I think I was washing my face yesterday. I took a shower yesterday, if you can believe that. Yes, I know. And I took a shower yesterday, and maybe it's from that. It's lying to you? Well, I don't know about that. I mean, I don't think that it necessarily is. I mean, you can just look at the web pages and see what happens. Self-driving car statistics. I mean, you can look through all of this. 393 crashes. I mean, and this is from May of 2022. I mean, look at how many crashes happen with people all the time, right? It happens constantly. Now, obviously, you'd have to account for, like, per capita and how many mistakes happen. But in a general sense, no, I feel like this is a very, very obvious thing. Allergic to soap, yes, clearly. But fully autonomous vehicles are also deployed in places like Arizona where driving conditions are consistent and easy to navigate. Yes, but I would argue that most highways are probably one of the easiest and most consistent driving navigation areas anywhere. You simply go in a very long line, one direction. Like you go on I-35. That's one of my favorite things about going on the highway, is that I can go on the highway and I just turn my fucking brain off. I don't have to think. I just like, okay, I have to go this way for 22 miles. Great. All right. Let's fucking just totally disconnect. And that's it. I bet the human driver crash is actually higher because a lot of people not reporting too. Yeah, maybe you're right. I don't know. But anyway, so that's generally the way that I see it more than anything. And this is as bad as it ever will be. And I think that's another thing too, is that if you look at this here and you look at the amount of it, it's obviously going to get better. Waymo's 56 million miles driven showed no fatalities, with an 80 to 90% reduction in certain accident types compared to human drivers. So here we go right now. And so this is inevitable. So going back to the truck driver thing, what's my point with this is that even if, going back to the truck driver thing, what's my point with this is that even if truck drivers, every single one of them spoke perfect English, they all had an English degree, this problem would still be something that's worth solving, right? And so that's generally what I was saying, and that's what I think overall worth solving, right? And so that's generally what I was saying, and that's what I think overall. Let me go back. I'll look at a few more of these and take a look at it. Oh, and apparently, I don't know really if this how recent this one is, but it did happen again somehow. Here we go.
Just great. You okay? For sure. Yeah. I was coming this way, and I see the whole thing. It's crazy.
Man. Hard to know where this is. Is the governor of Florida talking about it. Here we go.
Ron DeSantis of Florida is talking about the illegal immigrant truck driver who had the driver's license from California that killed 3 people in Florida. Let's listen in.
He will arrive in Florida today.
Oh, they got him.
He will get the book thrown at him very shortly after that, I can guarantee you. So,
I don't even, like, the guy that did it is obviously a dumb piece of shit. Yeah, okay. But, like, what about the people that hired him? What about the people that employed him? What about the people that gave him the license? What about the people that approved the process that made the license that he got possible? Like, you've really got to look at those people, and that's really where you've got to look at the fault, right? You've got to look at, like, that's where you've got the problem, obviously, right? Preach, yeah. I mean, that's really where we're worried about.
stay tuned. You're going to be able to hear more for that. But how ridiculous is it that somebody would get a commercial driver's license who doesn't understand the language of this country, doesn't understand road signs, doesn't understand these things. And the feds, when they had him detained a couple days ago, they did an English test, and he failed abysmally, not even close. Like, not only like, a little English, no, he was terrible. And yet he's getting these commercial licenses from these sanctuary states. And in the U.S., we all kind of have our opportunities to run our states the way we want. We've chosen to be the free state of Florida.
Well, that's not even no. Because if you're driving federally, this is such an obvious thing. I mean, if you're doing something that crosses state lines, then states' rights are not paramount anymore. There's a reason why you have federal government and state government. And it's so fucking obvious. Things that are inside of that state and stay inside of that state are the state government, generally, not always, but generally. And things that are not are the federal government. We all know this. Everybody, it's so obvious.
I think most people here appreciate that. California, Washington State, they're choosing much different pathways. And I think it's been very destructive to the people there. That's why people have fled those states. But, their policies and their recklessness spills over to other states in this country. And it's spilled over, in this case, to the state of Florida. So the 3 Floridians are dead, in part because of the recklessness that we see out on the left coast. And, I think it needs to stop. But ultimately, it's going to require Congress to get off its rump and actually do something about this.
Exactly, yeah. They need to solve the problem systematically, because the system that created this person will create another person like this. So getting mad at the person is solving the symptom and not the disease.
Defund sanctuary states, defund sanctuary cities, rein in the excesses that we've seen in these states time and time again, and I hope that happens, because we cannot just sit and allow these tragedies to occur on and on and on. It's got to stop. We're here today.
It's ridiculous. This is such a ridiculous, unforced error that nobody should have ever even seen.
To talk about our support for rural communities in Florida. And our state.
Right, so that was Governor Ron DeSantis talking about how this illegal immigrant who killed 3 people in that accident, he's going to be extradited from California to Florida today. And Governor Ron DeSantis saying that he is going to have the book thrown at him.
Yeah, they're going to take it very seriously, obviously. And basically, again, just to recap, an illegal immigrant who can't speak English, who didn't understand the road signs, somehow gets these commercial driver's licenses in California, Washington, kills 3 people.
This is so fucking retarded. How is this even real? This is crazy.
Florida. And as you heard the governor say there, when he gets here to Florida later today, as you mentioned, we are throwing the book at him.
Yeah. So he will said that there will be more to come, and we will follow that as it happens. In the meantime, there's this.
Thank God. Thank God. And again, they need to fix the system that creates guys like this. That's really how you solve this problem. And he'll probably get charged. He'll probably get manslaughter. I mean, I don't know. I mean, the odds are the guy's going to spend a lot of time in jail, and that's really what matters the most, right? I mean, individual specific things, it's really kind of hard to say. This is, yeah. Can't read the sign. What? What? Huh? CDL gameplay? Yeah, I guess so, guys. Looks about right, yeah. Well, there it is, right? That's where we're at. And, yeah, I missed a turn. Yeah. If you could only read the stop sign, man. But, yes, anyway, so that's pretty much what's happened. And, I'm not really that surprised by this, but, yeah, anyway, so this is, and I think this is one of the big reasons why, they let this happen. Listen to this.
And I know there's different issues involving the census even apart from that, but the census that was done, and it started under Trump administration, but it was processed and the results were promulgated under Biden.
Yeah.
Just with that, if we just take that and applied it properly, Florida would have at least one more seat. That's just
It's crazy that they count illegals in the census. Like, I mean, how can you have such a blatant, obvious fucking exploit? Like, I mean, this is, what are we even doing here? What is this?
So the Attorney General has written a letter to the Census Bureau, the Commerce Department, copying the White House, saying, please fix this remuneration and award Florida what we're entitled to, an extra seat in Congress. And if we get that, that's not only an extra seat in the House of Representatives, we have 28 now, that would also mean an additional vote in the Electoral College when it comes to presidential elections.
Jesus.
And so we should have had that in 2024, and 22 for Congress, 24 for both Congress and the Electoral College. And we want this fixed now. We think it's really something that's important. So
no, it's not even a question. I mean, like, why the fuck would you count an illegal alien in the census for the representation of the government? It doesn't even make sense. It's so stupid. And so, yeah, it was a brain rots or cancer society. Well, I think this is a lot simpler, right? I mean, it is. It's a lot simpler than that. They want to bring in illegals because it gives them more power, right? I mean, you don't need to have, there doesn't need to be a benevolent ideology for this. It just simply has to be the interests of these people. That's it. It makes perfect sense if you're gaming the system. Absolutely it does. And I think that's clearly what's happening here, right? I hate to say this, but there's been a big problem with people in Britain that are using British flags. This is the new form of alt-right extremism in Britain. Yeah. Oh, jeez. Oh, man. How could they? I don't know. You see that? Yeah, it's their own flag. Man. The base fight back? Well, they're having a big anti-migration, anti-immigration, like, protest kind of soon. You can see a lot of people doing this. They do this every year. I mean, I feel like this one's definitely a lot bigger, right? Man. You're like, gentlemen, crusades are back. I mean, I think it's radicalized a lot of people, right? I mean, it's
there you go, flags everywhere, all the way down to North Strand.
Man,
well done, boys and girls.
That's a whole lot.
You see 20 or 30 within 100 meters.
That's a whole lot of flags.
Irish lives matter.
So yeah, they gotta do something. Well, it's pretty obvious that they're trying to do something. I mean, like, you can clearly see that. I mean, it makes sense. I mean, if I was them, I definitely would. So there's apparently like a very, very big protest that's being planned. September 13th.
Well, this isn't exactly the kind of video I thought I'd be making on a Sunday morning, and just for the purposes of any police officers or MI5 agents who are watching this video, I do not support any kind of coup action in the UK. So why then am I talking about it? Well, I'm talking about it because of a post made by Ant Middleton, a former Special Forces soldier and all-round celebrity. And here's what Ant had to say. On the 13th of September, I will ask for something of the British public, British
This is some fucking V for Vendetta shit. Oh my God.
patriots that I would never ask of if I weren't willing to lead the charge. If certain individuals can ask for our throats to be with zero accountability or repercussion, then that allows us free rein to defend ourselves in such a manner that will rattle foreign hostiles and our government to the very core. Choose a side, because this is ultimately what it has come down to. See you on the 13th of September and prepare your shields.
That is nuts. I wonder how many people are going to show up to this. Somebody earlier today said that they're shutting down all public transportation and public transit in anticipation for this event.
Wow, that is quite the post. And we're going to dig into all of it. But right from the outset, you can tell that there are people now working in the Metropolitan Police looking at that and thinking, oh, God. Okay, let's dig into this. Ant talks about September.
I mean, look, if I was a police officer, I would be like, oh, God, too. I'd be like, oh, fuck, I got to deal with more shit. Yeah, this day's obviously going to be chaos for them.
13th. Now, why does he pick that day? Well, many of you will know that Tommy Robinson has organised a protest on the 13th of September in central London. And these protests are by far the biggest that we see in the country.
Man.
Usually around 250,000 people go to them, but
That's a lot.
Given the current mood, I wouldn't be surprised to see that at 500,000. And guess who's been asked to speak? Yeah, Ant Middleton. Ant Middleton will be taking to the stage on that day in front of potentially 500,000 people.
Wow.
In fact, let me just find some footage from one of the past protests so you can see how big these really are.
Yeah, I mean... Holy shit. God damn. It's the 10th in France? Yeah, y'all are really popping off over there, huh?
Look, I've been to a few of Tommy Robinson's protests in the past, and it is by far the largest single gathering of patriotic British people that you will find in one spot.
Yeah, I could expect that.
And that one spot, by the way, is usually Parliament Square, right next to the Houses of Parliament. So I'm not saying for certain that Ant Middleton is trying to launch a political revolution on the 13th of September. But what I can say for sure is that if you wanted to do so, then that is exactly the right time and place to do it.
Yep.
You've got all of the right people in exactly the right place.
I don't think that they have enough of the public on their side yet. I know that there's a lot of people in Britain that might disagree with me on this, but I think that a lot of people are victims to their own echo chambers. I try to do my best to spend time researching and following and looking at opinions that are different than mine to see like kind of what the consensus of certain issues are. I think that this is still a contentious enough issue that it's gonna need to get worse before it gets better. I do. I think they're getting there. They're definitely getting there, but it's gonna have to get a bit worse.
I will be there on the 13th of September, and I should stress that I'm not there to launch a political revolution or anything like that.
And by the way, this is my opinion. I'm a foreigner. I've never been to Britain. This is just like my vibe check from what I've seen on the internet and how I've seen, you know, footage. That's all.
Going to get involved. Hopefully I can meet some of you there. That'd be fantastic. But yeah, please do come along. Maybe we'll be witnessing history. Maybe we'll just have a good time.
Sure.
Who knows? Now, I'd planned in this video to talk all about how Tommy Robinson probably wouldn't allow some kind of revolution to start at one of his rallies. And the reason is relatively simple. I've been to a bunch of them in the past, and they are run like clockwork. Everything is peaceful. Everything is coordinated with the police. There's usually very...
The revolution would be a mistake. They just need to form a political party and then consolidate power around that party. That's what they really need to do. Like, you can't do it violently. I mean, a lot of these people don't have guns. You're going to instantly get crushed by the military. And then the people that are in charge are going to get arrested. Like, it's going to be over, right? I mean, like, and again, I'm being pragmatic here. Like, nothing's really going to happen if you do that. So, a foundation for a party? Yeah, that's what they really need to do. They need to make a new party. It's like, I mean, because in my opinion, this is like, we kind of had this happen in America. The MAGA Trump Republican Party is, in my opinion, a different Republican Party than what Mitt Romney ran as a Republican on in like 2012, or what John McCain ran as a Republican on in 2008. Like, it is a fundamentally different platform. It's different. Yeah, like he effectively remade the Republican Party. He did. Can you explain the difference? Yeah, there's less of a focus on religion, less of a focus on sexual orientation, as long as it's not being pushed on other people. Like, there's no longer the anti-gay sentiment as much as there used to be. There's less of a focus on the social conditioning of, or sorry, the on making weed illegal. I mean, I think those are three of them that I would come with right there. And then I think also there's more, like, I would say there is more uncertainty with big business than there used to be. And that's my vibe. Like, I'm not, again, like, I don't have like a fucking statistic to prove this, but it seems like the newer Republican Party, very, very anti-war. Basically America first, more distrustful of corporations. I think that's kind of the changes that have happened. And so I feel like that if Britain really wants to have a chance at making a difference with this, that's kind of the direction I think they need to be going in, personally.
Few or even no arrests. All of the litter is collected at the end and disposed of. In fact, I would go as far as to say that your average migrant hotel protest with 2,000 people in attendance is more likely to turn sour than a Tommy Robinson organised protest with 200,000 people in attendance.
That's probably true, because it's harder for bad actors to gain traction in a big community like that and in a big area like that. Yeah, because it's easier for like a bad actor to like turn a small group of people, but when everybody's there consolidated against a certain cause, it's probably harder to do that. That's logical.
That's the difference. But then I saw a tweet this morning that Tommy had put out.
Uh-oh.
There needs to be a revolution. It's as simple as that.
Oh.
Oh, Tommy.
Oh.
Now, let me just be clear. In a few recent podcasts, Tommy has spoken about the need for some kind of revolution. But he's always maintained that he means a peaceful political revolution, not a violent revolution, right? Or a coup d'etat, as it were. So is that what Ant Middleton is getting at? Is he saying, I'm joining the Advance Party, or I'm starting my own political party? After all, he does say, now is the time to choose a side, right? So maybe that's what he's getting at. But let me just remind you of some of the other language he used, and you can decide for yourself whether that sounds like joining a political party.
What does it sound?
If certain individuals can ask for our throats to be with zero accountability or repercussions, then that allows us free rein to defend ourselves in such a manner that will rattle.
This is absolutely language that implies the reserving the right to use force. Preparing your shields, free rein to defend ourselves. I mean, this is absolutely like active political language that's like, yo, we're going to do this, we're going to do that. Like violence, yeah, potentially, right?
Hostiles,
really,
and our government.
Yeah, I mean, I would say like this is just an objective truth. Like I'm not making a judgment on this. I'm just saying that I think that's what it means.
Core, choose a side, because this is ultimately what it has come down to, and prepare your shield.
Right.
Look, let's be honest, okay, that's fighting talk. That doesn't sound like join my political party. When he's talking about, you know, we have free rein to defend ourselves however we see fit. That's not political speech, as I would traditionally imagine.
That's pretty extreme, I would say.
So sure, maybe that is one option, and that's definitely like the
comparison was them slitting their throats. Yeah, exactly. Like, I mean, this is very clearly violent language, or it implies the threat of violence.
Most politically acceptable option that Ant could be referring to, but it just doesn't quite match up with the language, does it? Let's be honest. Another fairly innocent explanation that I just thought of is maybe he's referring to some kind of extreme neighborhood watch, right? And we've actually seen this start taking place in certain areas in the country, especially in Northern Ireland. I was watching Freedom Dad the other day, and he was following some
Huge mistake, by the way. Vigilante forces are always problems, and they will create the same problems that the migrant gangs will, given a long enough timeline, because people that want to enforce their will on other people will be drawn to organizations like that. It's unfortunate, but there it is.
Irish guys around at like midnight, and they were basically patrolling the streets, ostensibly to keep women and children safe. So that's really interesting. And sure, I guess that kind of fits with the language. So that's one possibility. Or, and let's just be honest here, this is what we're all thinking.
It's neighborhood watch. I'm just telling you what I think is going to happen. If you have a neighborhood watch like that, I think that's what the outcome's going to be. Like, I don't know. I feel like, yeah, that's what I think.
Maybe he's talking about storming the Houses of Parliament. I mean, after all, you've got hundreds of thousands of angry, patriotic Brits stood right in front of you. You're on stage, you've got a microphone, you can all see the Houses of Parliament. They're right there, right next to you. You're in Parliament Square.
About 1776? Why do people keep saying that over and over? You realize if we had lost that war, we'd be considered terrorists. You know that, right? Like, they'd say George Washington was a traitor and a terrorist, and it would have hung all of them. Like, I mean,
if he says, right, lads, follow me, we're going in that direction, and thousands of people start following Ant, then, yeah, I'm pretty sure you could just walk into the Houses of Parliament. The police aren't, I mean, what can they do? They're going to be massively outnumbered. Are they just going to start sporadically firing into crowds of thousands of people?
Unlikely.
I don't think so, because that's kind of like, well, then you just get like an English Bloody Sunday. I don't think they would do that, and I don't think the order would be given for them to do that. And even if it was, I don't think they would follow that order. So yeah, I'm pretty sure you could just walk en masse straight into the Houses of Parliament and very little would be done about it. But then you've got a whole other question, right? What do you do once you're in there?
People are going to get nervous and scared whenever they see a huge mob of people taking over a government building. The same thing happened with January 6th here in the U.S. That was definitely an L day. It's going to scare people. It's going to freak people out. Now, I don't think doing something like that is a good idea. It wasn't a good idea when we did it. I don't think it turned out well at all.
To have some kind of sit-down protest? Well, sure, okay, but then eventually you are all just going to get rounded up and arrested. The police will just pick you off one at a time. Or are you actually trying to, like, take control of the country? Are you going to try and depose the king?
That's what they need to do.
Are you going to try and seize control of the army? Because whoever controls the army realistically controls the country.
Yes.
And in all fairness, if anyone's going to have any chance of seizing control of the army, it probably is a former special forces guy, right? Because
that's correct, yes. If they want to get the power back, if they're not going to do it democratically, they have to do it through the military. If you control the military, you control the country. Just like what he said. It's true. Everybody knows it. Yep.
What he's done, he can command the respect of the average everyday soldier. Now look, all of these ideas, even me hearing myself speak them out loud, are completely insane. Batshit crazy, right? You know that, and I know that. And yet you're still here listening to me, and you're probably thinking, yeah, that's plausible. That's how bad Britain has become.
Jesus.
That we are now in the situation where we're talking about like a coup d'etat, the kind of thing you only see in like South American failed states, but we're talking about it in Britain. And we're not going, look, that's ridiculous. Maybe some of you are, maybe some of you are already switched off and you're like, yeah, this guy's an idiot. Totally fine. But for those who are still listening,
I think that there's a lot of people that have been radicalized, and I think that they're ready for this type of like, I don't know, like revolt is it the right word? But like they are ready for a tremendous change.
Like, yeah, that could.
And I think also, by the way, the number of people that feel this way gets larger every single year. Like in 3 years, if nothing happens, it will be worse than it is today. In 1 year, if nothing happens, it will be worse than it is today.
Happen, I could see that taking place. I could see people going along with that. That's a really bad sign, because that means that Britain has fallen all the way down to those South American countries that have had exactly this happen to them. Scary, scary thought. Look, I'm sure that Ant Middleton isn't planning anything that extreme. But the fact that we can even discuss it and that it's actually technically plausible and possible is really, really telling. Here's a bit of interesting British history for you. It wouldn't be the first time that a member of the British Special Forces has planned to overthrow the government. Because back in the 1970s, David Sterling, the founder of the SAS and, frankly, all modern special forces, planned to do exactly this.
Did he get it?
David Sterling didn't get very far in his plans or his attempts, but the mood of the country is very, very different today. We see protests up and down the country.
He didn't do a whole lot, right?
Sometimes 20 on a single day. And right now there is a campaign to raise the colours, which is basically putting the English flag everywhere, even in places like Tower Hamlets where there are basically no English people left.
Yeah.
Take a look at this.
Ethnic makeup of Tower Hamlets by single year ages. I see. Okay, I get it. Sure.
Look, the mood in Britain is absolutely febrile, especially amongst the English people. And we're just sick of our government. And I'm not talking about one specific government. I'm not talking about Keir Starmer's Labour government. I'm talking about successive governments since at least 1997 when Tony Blair took power, but you could argue even further back than that. We've had all of this anti-democratic stuff just rammed onto us. I'm talking about...
I think that's the problem, is that a lot of these people feel like they're not being represented in the government whenever they are anti-migration. And not only are they not being represented in the government, but their speech, even discussing their lack of representation, is being criminalized. And I think that it's been happening for long enough, and the issue has gotten so extreme that it's radicalized enough people to maybe actually make an impact. I don't know if that's going to happen or not, but it sure seems like it's going in that direction.
Mass migration, which people have consistently voted against. Well, it was forced onto us, right?
This is, it's important to know this isn't specific to white British people. I have British-born Indian, Romanian, Moldovan families in the street. They always feel the same way about illegal immigration. I think that it's both. And I think that to say that there is not a racial and a heritage component to this, I think that it's wishful thinking, maybe. But I don't think that it's accurate. I think that the truth is that there is a racial component to this, whether you want to admit it or not. But you're right that the primary component is people coming here that are not observing the laws and causing problems. Like that is the greater evil in at least even in the minds of the people that are the racially motivated ones.
Joining the ECHR, nobody wanted that. Okay, the creation of the Supreme Court, a court which can effectively overrule what Parliament decides.
It's like 8 different things.
That's crazy.
Yeah, you're right.
Why are we doing this? We've basically created these quangos, these quasi-autonomous non-government organizations that can limit what Parliament does. That's crazy. That's why the Rwanda scheme, for example...
Well, they've created these apparatuses so they could diffuse people's power to vote. That's the reason why. They don't want people to be able to push back against any of these different initiatives. So they create different ways that they can filter out and diffuse people's voting and make it not matter.
I don't think was a good scheme, but that's why the Rwanda scheme could never get off the ground, because of all of these other organizations that were getting involved. Madness, absolute madness. We've stripped our own democracy away from us. Bonkers. So I don't think these political elites really understand the level of anger that exists in this country. And for those people, the Jacob Rees-Moggs of the world, okay?
I think that's another big thing. He's right about that too, is that there's a lot of people that don't understand the amount of disenfranchised and disaffected people there are that are unhappy about the way things are. But I think that conversely, there's also a huge amount of people that like the way things are, and they think that it's virtuous to bring in all of the migrants. I think that like both of these things are true at the same time. Like it's probably, I don't know which side is bigger, but I bet it's probably about 30% on both sides that feel very strongly about this.
I would strongly recommend you go and read some of the replies to Ant's original post. I'm not going to go through all of them, but the gist of it for a lot of people is this. I'll be there, I'll help you out, let's do this. And that's how people feel in this country, right? Yeah. Regardless of what Ant's original intention was with that post, and I really don't know, a lot of people are interpreting it as him saying, right, we're going to do a coup.
Yeah.
And not only are they interpreting him saying it as that, they're then replying and going, yeah, sure, I volunteer, let's get this done. That's crazy.
Damn.
The fact that that is the mood of a lot of people in this country is crazy. Anyway, look, I am
That would be
genuinely,
insane
more
if
than
that
most
happened.
videos, really curious to hear what you guys think. Maybe you think I'm making a big deal out of absolutely nothing. It's just one post. Fine. You could be absolutely correct. Let me know that in the comments. Change my mind. Sure. Maybe you think that I'm right. Maybe you just don't have a clue what's going on. Maybe you just want to say, hey, I'll see you there on September 13th. Sorry. The dog just found a tennis ball, which is great fun. She's very happy.
Fuck do you find a tennis ball out there?
This is like the third tennis ball we found in these fields in the last couple of days. So someone keeps losing them and Annie keeps finding them. She's very, very happy. And she loves playing fetch. Sorry, I got a little bit sidetracked. Look, if you haven't, please do leave a like, comment, and subscribe.
Maybe it's going to get the crowd to say something controversial. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Yeah. I think that testing free speech laws is definitely something that a lot of British people probably are feeling, especially now as like the Online Safety Act and other types of internet identification laws are coming out. I think that it's making people like it's making people more aware of the fact that their speech is being policed. And I think that now you're going to have a bigger pushback. These people are less than 10%. There'll be no coup. I don't think there's going to be a coup either, but to counter your point, what was the percentage of actual Nazis whenever they took over the government in Russia, not Russia, Germany? My understanding was 8 to 12%. Is that accurate? If 30%? You only need 10%? I don't know about that. Vote-wise, 30%? I think that whenever they started, it was even lower than that.
I hopefully will see you in a future video. If you promise to subscribe, I'll show you Annie catching the ball, maybe. Okay.
Well, either way.
Yeah.
All I'm saying is you don't need a formal majority to make a big change. Maybe 10% is too low, and I think that you could be right. But it also depends on how dedicated and how motivated that 10% is.
Latest. Wait.
Yep, there you go. And so anyway, I will definitely be watching this when it happens. I'll certainly tell you that. I've watched a lot of Landar's videos, and he pretty much is the only person, it seems like he's the only person covering this. And I got to say, I mean, huge respect for him talking about this, because the fact is that I'm surprised that he even made this video, because I would be worried that if you even talked about this issue, you would get in trouble. Like, you might even get in trouble saying this is even there. That's it. Yeah, him and Sargon. Yeah, exactly right. I mean, it's scary to even talk about it at all. Play the dog.
Wait. Okay. Wait.
Damn.
Good girl. Good
Damn,
girl.
It can do that?
Hey,
I never had a dog before.
All right, what's going on?
Yeah, I had no idea. What the fuck? Damn, unless the government, yeah. So the protests in Britain are getting a lot larger. So basically the UK is being occupied by a government that's actively working against its own citizens. They're importing infinite migrants and infinite third worlders. They're actively censoring anybody who talks about it. They're trying to police speech as much as they can. And they're trying to effectively speedrun V for Vendetta. That's what's happening.
It feels like everywhere in the UK is breaking out into protest at the moment. The scale of it is unlike anything I can remember. And we'll take a look at it in this video, but for perspective, Friday saw around 20 protests, Saturday even more, and there are more happening today. So yeah, it's huge. In fact, there are too many protests for me to keep track of or even dream of hoping to cover.
Great.
And that is a good thing. The left, by comparison, funded by the Socialist Workers' Party, seem to be running out of capital and manpower.
Well, they're also running out of... The thing is that a lot of these leftist causes, their economy truly is emotion. And so, to the extent that they can no longer emotionally manipulate people to make them agree to give up their homeland and to allow rapists to run free in their country, to the extent that they can't do that, their power is gone. They don't have any power. It's the entire power structure they have is emotional blackmail. You take that away and there's nothing left.
Aren't that many people you can bus up and down the country to keep annoying locals. And when they do show up, they just get humiliated, mocked, and run out of town.
Good.
We'll take a look at that as well. But the reason for it, let's be honest, is relatively simple. Most of these protests are locals voicing their concerns over things that have happened in their community.
That's
so
right.
when you show up with your luxury beliefs like refugees welcome plastered on a little placard, it just doesn't really cut it. You can shout fascist and racist and them all you want.
What these people should do is they should take these refugees and then relocate them to the rich areas of the town that are primarily of this viewpoint, and then watch the refugees totally fucking distort everything and fuck everything up. Because they will. That's exactly what happened in Martha's Vineyard. And I think that that's the best way to do it, by the way. And put them somewhere else. Yeah, put them in the position. It's like, if you want to believe in this, okay, fine. Now you have to deal with it. They call you racist, by the way, for doing that? Well, of course they do. Because, again, it's not about that. All they want to do is have somebody else deal with it.
They don't care. They're there to support their local community, and that trumps every name that you want to call them. Let's start with a protest that took place yesterday, the 9th of August, in Nuneaton. Now, based on the live streams that I've watched, thousands of people showed up to this.
You got a lot of people popping off. People in ivory towers making rules for everybody else? Yes.
And why exactly are the fine people of Nuneaton out in protest? Well, I'll tell you, it's because 2 Afghan men living in the local migrant hotel that the government dumped into their community are alleged to have committed a very serious assault against a 12-year-old. Now, I'm not going to go into any more.
No way. No way. How does this keep happening? Oh, my God.
More of the details of that because, well, for the purposes of YouTube, but if you Google it, it's absolutely disgusting. That's all I'll say. So you're probably imagining, well,
it's not rich opinions versus poor. It's more left and right wing, and left live more in cities with set immigrants. I think that, again, a lot of the people that are pushing this are people that don't have to deal with these people. They don't have to deal with them. They're driving in from out of town.
Yeah, the local community, they're not going to be too pleased by this, but surely nobody is going to come along to counter-protest, right?
Yes.
Enter the Reddit and 4chan crossover masterpiece. A fedora-wearing neckbeard cosplaying as a priest.
12-year-olds? No, I hate fascists. So why do you invite into the...
Who does this remind you of? I'm not going to say who it is. But man, that's crazy, isn't it? Wow.
Do you think it's acceptable the police tried to cover up?
Uh-oh.
You don't deserve that collar, my friend. I earned it, thank you. You will not. I'll take it from you, I promise you now, son.
Uh-oh.
Racism. What do you stand for? What do you stand for? Absolutely nothing. Racism.
Yep. The illegals are living.
Listen, mate, this is a genuine piece of advice.
Yeah.
The internet and the real world, two very distinct places. And they have two different sets of rules, if you like. Because on the internet, you can condemn and harass concerned parents, and for the most part, nothing bad will happen to you.
That's right.
But in the real world, it just doesn't always work like that.
No, it
doesn't. So if you keep it up, then yeah, God help you, because one of these days you are in fact going to need Jesus. Anyway, it wasn't just Nuneaton, it was Portsmouth as well.
Isn't this religious hatred? No, there's absolutely a religious component to this. So this is, I think, what the problem that a lot of Europeans have. And I will say this in the most plain English way. I'm sure it's going to offend people. I hope it does. So basically, a lot of people are unhappy that the majority, from their perspective, of migrants coming over, or refugees, or asylum seekers, or immigrants are Muslim. They're Islamic. And because of that, they feel like they are losing a degree of their Christian national heritage. Because of this, it's frustrating a lot of British people and a lot of Europeans because they're saying, well, why are you coming here to our country when there are, you know, dozens of other Muslim countries and you're not going over there? So you're coming to our country. You want us to accommodate your social norms. You want us to accommodate your worldview. You want us to accommodate your religion. But at the same time, why are you even here in the first place? What is this? No, that's wrong. No, it's not. It's not. It's true. It's true. That's, if you think that there's not a religious component to this, why the fuck does everybody bring up the fact that the most popular name is Muhammad? Well, I'm going to tell you why. It's because it's religious. It's religious and ethnic. If you don't think that, you're fucking delusional. There are obviously other reasons that transcend that. But for a lot of people, it is like this. Everybody thinks that we've transcended racism. We've transcended bigotry. No. 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 Nobody thinks that except for an idiot. Not to be antagonistic, how can you cover UK news? Used to say you don't delve into other countries' politics. Well, it's because the UK is probably culturally the most similar to the United States that we have. And the reason why also is that I think that their problems are a metaphor for our problems. That's the reason why. Canada? Oh, I don't know what the fuck's going on over there. Yeah, what is it? No, you're not wrong. It's just a simple oversimplification. People protect their cultures. It doesn't matter where they're from. I know that. I know that. I don't think that British people are like unique in this regard. I think that if like you go to China and a bunch of people come to China and they want to change China to be more like where they came from, well, the Chinese are going to get mad about that. If you go to Russia and you try to change Russia to the country that where you came from, they're going to get mad about that. There's nothing unique. Or Saudi Arabia. You go to Saudi Arabia, a bunch of people come over there and say, oh, why isn't it like that? Like, remember when all those people went to Egypt and they got detained by the Egypt police and they said, well, we have freedom of speech in America. Why don't we have it here? And then the police officer was just like so stunned at the stupidity and the entitlement of this person. They're like, well, just go back to fucking America. This isn't America. This is Egypt. What is this? And so, absolutely. Yeah, why are you here? Yeah, why are you even here then? So, assimilating is hard. Well, what my point is that the reason why I think British people are having such a vitriolic reaction to this is that in those other countries, there isn't the same sort of racial and cultural guilt that prevents people from being able to speak out against groups of people that are unwilling and like actively trying to change the existing culture and that will not assimilate into the culture. So the difference is that in China, there isn't the same type of racial guilt that there is in Britain with white people. In, I think, a lot of Arab countries, there isn't the same type of racial guilt. So this is basically a breaking of that conditioning of racial guilt. That's what's happening here. That's the reason why it's happening. Now, you're not going to get this commentary from a lot of other people. The reason why is that it's not the... It's not the politically correct way to say it. But it's true. It's true, and anybody who's paying attention knows it's true. I wish you would cover Canada more. I wish I knew more about it. I just don't know more about it.
And it wasn't just Portsmouth, it was Bournemouth. And it wasn't just Bournemouth, it was Epping.
The women of Epping are leading the charge to shut down the migrant hotels. They are now sitting in the road.
Having women being involved in this is a lot bigger than people imagine. A lot of things, and I think that this is what's true with a lot of like liberal media, is that liberal media, and it's partially true, like, you know, a lot of guys, like we just saw that study the other day, that many people nerf their politics and their social views in order to date somebody who is more different than they are politically. And I think this is very, like, it's primarily men that are more conservative that pretend to have liberal values in order to attract liberal women. This is what happens. It's obvious that this is what happens. And so because of that, whenever there are women that are going to these protests and women that are doing Nazi salutes and women that are saying that, you know, let's deport every person that's, you know, a Muslim, if there's women that are doing that, men will follow them. And men will feel more comfortable expressing those viewpoints because those viewpoints no longer remove them from the sexual marketplace. This is a much bigger factor than people realize, especially for young guys.
Despite
I don't know about the salutes, but yeah. No, you do know about the salutes. You know that I'm right. You know that I'm right about this. I never said that I approve of Nazi salutes. I don't. I said that it's an example. I gave it as an example. It's a valid example.
Orders. This is astonishing.
And it wasn't just Epping, it was Richmond. And it was also Solihull.
I would do horrible things to another human for female affirmation? Really? Surely that's never happened before in history. Surely there haven't been wars started over women. Yeah, I think you might be the first person in history who's ever done that. Yeah. Uh-oh.
And it was also Newcastle.
Jesus, look at this.
And Norwich.
Wow.
And Altrincham. I think you get the point, right? I can't even talk about all of the protests because there are so many going on. And so when I see people saying, oh, that crowd looks a little bit small, you have to put it into the context of knowing that on some days there are 20 or 25 protests going on. It's huge. It is absolutely massive. And yet, how much have you heard about this on the mainstream media? How much do you think the BBC covered this? Yeah, not at all. In fact,
they don't want to. They don't want to cover it because they're pushing the other agenda. That's the reason why. Yeah, that's it. It's crazy how many people don't actually listen to everything you say. They catch like 3 words and assume something else. The reason why, for a lot of people, is that there's a lot of people watch the show. A lot of people watch going to be a big problem. I think that if these people ever get power, like the right-wing people ever get power, if I worked at the BBC, I would want to leave the country. I would. If I was a noteworthy figure at the BBC, I would be terrified for my life. Do you really think that if these far-right people get into power, well, they're going to kill him? That's what's going to happen. They're going to kill him or put him in jail. Now, how do I know that? Because that's what's happened every single other time in history. That's it.
4 or 5 days of...
It's a bit too far. Oh, man. My dad remembers the days that they used to bring families out to watch lynchings. We still have people alive now. Like, I mean, this is like, and yeah, there's this false sense of, oh, we're past that. No, we're not. We never were. What did you just say? He grew up in Florida.
Tests outside asylum hotels. After that clearly being the top issue of the day, I went to the BBC News app, and the #1 story was "It's quite windy, guys," and the #2 story was about Greg Wallace. And you know, let's plug in a bit more.
Let's ignore the elephant in the room.
Frankly, I think it's really shameful that the mainstream media aren't covering these protests, but this isn't their only sin, right? The story I told you earlier about Nuneaton, a BBC headline for that would look something like, 2 men from Nuneaton charged with serious assault on young girl. And it's like, stop treating us like we're idiots, okay? These guys probably arrived in the country 3, 4, 5, maybe 6 months ago. They've been put into a migrant hotel, and you're trying to convince me that they're from Nuneaton. Even though they spent their
Exactly. It's the same as that one clown from Maryland, that Kilmar guy that was an MS-13 member. He's got tattoos. He's got fucking pulled over, and he's got a car full of people in it, and every person has the same home address as him, and it's like, oh, this guy's actually a Maryland man. No, he's not. He's a illegal fucking alien from El Salvador. He's a gang member. It's crazy. And so the amount of, and this is the reason why I think people are going to be so violent towards the press. This is, I think, the next step, is that as soon as they're able to take control over it, then they're going to, I think, prosecute, and I think there's going to be a lot of vigilante. This is what I think will happen. I think that if these people take over, they won't do it systematically, but they just simply won't protect them. They'll effectively allow these people to be killed. I don't think they're going to do it themselves. They're just going to ignore it happening. We get a Batman. Well, that's what I'm saying, right? That's where I think things are going to go. Did Maryland guy ever come back to the U.S.? I have no idea, actually. I don't know where things are. Like South Africa? Yeah, sure. I don't think it'll get that far. It's not medieval times. Okay. Well, you can clip what I'm saying. Yep, clip what I'm saying.
Higher lives in Afghanistan, you want me to think that they're from Nuneaton.
Yes.
Stop it, right? It's just ridiculous. It makes you look stupid, and it's why you are fading into irrelevance.
Yes.
And it's not just me saying that they're fading into irrelevance. It really is happening.
Another I listened to 3 words chatter. Yes.
They are going to Ofcom, the BBC are, and begging them to force YouTube to push the BBC in their algorithm harder. And it's like, that's not how this works.
Fewer than half of 16 to 24-year-olds tuned into broadcast TV in an average week last year. 4-year-olds tuned into broadcast. Fewer than half of 16 to 24-year-olds tuned into broadcast TV in an average week last year. This is what they're afraid of. They're afraid of the fact that young kids, like Destiny's son, they're like, well, what do you believe in? Well, I'm a Nazi. Uh-oh. Oh, what? Oh, no. How did this happen? Right, that's it. Too late? Yeah, and so they're worried. And what they're concerned about is that kids that are brought up, and this is the same reason why a lot of religions indoctrinate children early, almost every sort of cultural apparatus begins at childhood. And the indoctrination into that cultural apparatus begins in childhood. Whether it's a religion, whether it's a political ideology, whether it is a pattern of behavior, it's all the same. So because mainstream media is losing that, they're losing that control, these kids are growing up on watching Nick Fuentes. They're growing up watching Andrew Tate. And guess what? That paints a very different picture than the BBC does.
Okay, the YouTube algorithm just shows people what it thinks that they want to see. That's all that happens. So if people don't want to see the stories that you're covering about how windy it is or climate change or whatever it might be, whatever topic you seem to be covering today, then maybe that's a message to you to start covering the issues that people really are interested in.
And this guy's actually bringing up a good point. He's doing this in good faith, and I think that he knows that they're doing it on purpose. But I think it's a good point. Yeah, and the BBC can fix this whenever they choose to. All they need to do is simply change the way they report on issues, but they don't want to do that. And so they don't want to compete in a free market of ideas. They want to be the market of ideas.
If you did a 1-hour segment on the protests from this weekend, I guarantee you it would get millions of views, but you don't want to do that, do you? Because you have a political agenda. So yeah, you can't just go to Ofcom and say, oh, YouTube are pushing people like British Lander harder than they're pushing us. Whatever, get over it, okay?
Yep.
You can either imitate us and start talking honestly about the issues that we're talking about, or you can just fade into irrelevance.
Yeah.
And frankly, I don't care which you choose.
They should fade into irrelevance. Having massive international media conglomerate corporations is something that's actively against the best interests of the public. These companies, again, these are publicly held companies. Publicly held companies have no obligation to the truth. BBC, I understand, is not, but it's the same general idea. They have no obligation to the truth. They have an obligation to shareholders. Fox News is the same. CNN is the same. Whatever, Sky News. I don't know about Sky News. I'm not sure. But all of these different places, news is secondary to profit. The focus is profit. News is secondary. That's it. The purpose is to make money.
Speaking of media,
yes.
Have you noticed that the lefties, the counter-protesters, never want to talk to a camera?
This is a problem we've had before as well.
Somebody says, careful we don't start advocating for state-run media. State-run media, why would you think I'm advocating for state-run media when the biggest offender here is the BBC, which is a state-run media as far as I know, or state-funded? Of course I'm not advocating for state-run media.
People putting their signs in front of our camera. It's a free press in this country. We just want to speak to people where we can. This man trying to do the same. But there we go. I mean, all we can do is our jobs, Michelle. All we can do is our jobs. This chap very agitated. But what he hasn't got, unfortunately, is a voice. He's failing to come forward and speak to us.
Yeah.
He doesn't want to do that. He just wants to agitate next to me. Sir, why are you protesting today? Are you from Aldershot?
No comment.
No comment. It's like it's a police interview. But there we go, Michelle. We've done what we can, trying to speak to people gathering here. They don't want to engage with us. We might go back on the other side and see if we can get some more interviews
they've got a
later.
whole one there.
We'll join you later in the programme.
actually find...
Well, the reason why they don't know is that they understand. This is the issue, is that all of the arguments and all of the control that they had is built around calling somebody a racist and then the person having to capitulate and prove that they're not a racist. That has stopped working. And because it's stopped working, now you're seeing a lot more people that they don't really have, like, there's not really, there's nothing underneath that. Yeah, we don't care anymore. Yeah, people don't care anymore. Now, if you call people a racist, they'll say, yeah.
I find this quite bizarre, because if you're passionate about something, so passionate that you've turned up to a protest, and you see yourself as a reasoned, logical person,
yes,
then wouldn't you want to go onto a camera and speak to the media and try to explain to people using reason and logic why your position is correct and bring them over to your way of thinking? And so the fact that you are reticent to do that tells me something. It tells me that you see yourself as either not rational, not logical, or that everything you're doing is based on emotion, or perhaps the £40 that the Socialist Workers' Party put in your pocket.
Yeah.
Maybe you want £80 from the Socialist Workers' Party if you're going to have to speak to the media, because that's a little bit more taxing.
Do you want to be heard?
Look, I don't know. Yeah. It's very, very strange. But if these guys want to just stay in their echo chamber and preach to the converted, then again, I don't really care. So be it. If that's what you want to do, fine. It just means
I think that's what's happening. But and this is the reason why they're trying to censor the internet, is that they realize that the internet is the reason why people have, and I apologize for this, you know, again, kind of cringe metaphor, but it's the reason why people have broken out of the matrix, is that now they don't have a monopolistic control over discourse. They can't control who is and isn't able to speak. It's now a free market. And that's what the internet has done, is they've created a free marketplace of ideas. The internet has created a free marketplace of ideas. And I think that that's why people were so against Elon Musk buying Twitter, is because Elon Musk buying Twitter created a free marketplace of ideas. Somebody like Hassan can be on Twitter, and somebody like Nick Fuentes can be on Twitter. Welcome to the show. Anybody can be there. Anybody can express their viewpoint. And the problem, though, is that a lot of these people know that, and I think in a lot of cases, these people know that their viewpoints really can't stand up to scrutiny or criticism. And they're afraid of that. Why do you keep mentioning Nick? Well, I think Nick has been growing a lot, and he's been very popular with young people. And I think that the majority of people, like, it's undeniable that Nick Fuentes has been a very big lightning rod that has attracted and energized a lot of young people towards very conservative ideals. And to deny that is, I think, unfair. I think it's just simply, well, it's not true. That's really what it comes down to. It's not true. And so the reason why I mention him is because I think that among young people, I feel like he's probably one of the more influential voices. And I think that the fact of that, and also this is also despite him getting deplatformed, getting kicked off social media, being debanked, you know, all this stuff that's happened. Nick is modern fascism. It doesn't matter. Like, you're missing the point. Nick saying these things represents a tremendous amount of people. Whether you agree with it or not is not relevant. The fact that a lot of people agree with it is all that matters. Because if enough people get together, they can do anything that they want. And so that's it. And so return chatter. Yeah. You're just solidifying the decision. Yeah. You're so right, man. I'm 21 and Nick's everywhere around people my age. Yes, of course. I know that this is happening. It's obvious that it's happening. The only people that it's not obvious to are people who are lying to themselves. And I think that there's guys, like, I mean, I don't really have the same audience. Like, for me, like, my audience is definitely older guys, right? Like, I would say, like, 20s to 30s to 40s. But, like, I think especially in terms of communicating with teenagers and communicating with the the lower 20s, I think Nick resonates with a tremendous amount of young men. And I think it's primarily young men. It's women, too, but primarily men. Do you think that if he hadn't got banned off his platforms earlier, he'd be as popular as it is now? I don't know. I don't have a crystal ball. But yeah, anyway, so that's basically it. So that's the reason why I mention it. I mention it because it's the same as Andrew Tate or Jordan Peterson or any other, like Tucker Carlson. These fucking Charlie Kirk. these people, or Hassan on the opposite side, right? Like, whether you agree with them or not, that doesn't change their influence.
Ordinary people are going to win a hell of a lot faster.
Here's Morgan. Yeah.
Okay. Let me leave you with one final thought, because I know this is actually a kind of contentious topic, and it's about peaceful protests and why I think peaceful protests are the right way forwards.
They have to
Let me make the moderate assumption that you want as many people to show up at these protests.
People will peacefully protest until they can get enough people into the government, and then they will make the government violent for them. That's the way you do it. That's what Trump did. Is that, you know, you basically, you win the election, and then you make the government do what you want. So violence will happen. It just shouldn't happen from vigilantes.
As possible. Well, more people are going to show up at a protest that they think is likely to be peaceful than one that they think is likely to turn into a riot. And so by ensuring that you have a consistent track record of
January 6th was peaceful? Yeah, and that didn't work out, did it? It's a great example of what I'm saying.
Peaceful protests, more and more people will start to gather. It will snowball. And the people that will now decide that they're going to turn out will no longer just be 25-year-old aggrieved young men. You'll start to see a lot more women and a lot more elderly people coming in.
Oh, he's saying it. He's saying it. See, now he's picking up. Everybody's picking the shit up. Yep.
And that is exactly the kind of optics that the BBC and the Sky News hate, because they don't want to put a story out about how...
That's right. Yes, they want to compartmentalize it into being lonely incels that can't get girlfriends are now complaining and they want fascism. That's what they want to. That's what they want to do.
You know, 500 women from Epping came out dressed in pink to a protest against the local migrant hotel because they're really worried about their children. They want to put out a story about how 15, 20-year-old guys wearing balaclavas smashed up a bunch of police vans. So again, I think it's really, really important to keep these peaceful protests going, and you'll start to see the effect snowball. More and more people will have the confidence to come out and join you. They'll bring their families.
He's completely right about everything that he's saying here, by the way. And if you look at the majority of, like, social change, like, for example, like Martin Luther King, I think this is a great example of this. Martin Luther King led forward civil rights. And yeah, you had other figures like Malcolm X that were more, you know, congruent with violence. Absolutely. But there's a reason why every fucking city has a Martin Luther King Boulevard and not every city has a Malcolm X Street. Martin Luther King really was the one who carried it into the end zone. He was the one that really made it happen. But what happened after that is that the government, you know, whether it be LBJ or after that, took that, they took that idea and then they enforced it with the government. They forced desegregation of schools. And you want to know how they did it? With police officers. So it's not that violence isn't an option. It's that violence should not be the option that civilians choose. Civilians should look at petitioning the government to use violence to achieve the ends that they want. Like the National Guard. Yeah, exactly, right? Yeah, actually use the military. I don't remember the military. I haven't really thought about this in a long time. But like either way, it was the government doing it.
They'll bring their friends, and that's a really powerful thing. You know, just seeing a sea of pink,
really gets people on your side.
You know, thousands of women who are really, really unhappy with the situation. That's really powerful, and they can't escape from that forever. I'll leave it there. Please do remember why we're doing this, okay? There are literally our own homeless people are dying sometimes in the streets, like the pallbearer for Princess Diana, a military veteran, died of hypothermia in the streets on this country, and yet if you arrive across the channel...
Yeah, exactly. Like, how can you justify that when you have migrants living in hotels? You can't.
From South Sudan will put a roof over your head within 24 hours. It's completely insane, completely broken system. It does not favor the citizens of this country, and it has to end.
Somebody says if we use the military, how do we avoid another Kent State massacre? In my opinion, I think that if somebody throws a rock or if somebody uses any form of deadly force against an officer, I think the officer should be completely justified to shoot them. Period. We should not live in a society where violence is accepted in any capacity at all. Those are human beings. Just because you disagree with somebody doesn't give you the right to throw a brick at them. If you throw a brick at somebody, I think they have every right to shoot you. Headshot or foot? I don't care. Not my problem at all. It's their problem. They shouldn't be throwing rocks. Yeah, you at least expect a brick back? Well, no. I mean, like throwing rocks in paradise, center mass. Yeah. I mean, either way, yeah. I mean, and by the way, this is what happens. The protesters are human beings too. Yes, but they forfeited their right to safety the moment they endangered somebody else. They were the ones, see, everything was fine until they came in there and they decided to initiate violence. So they're the ones that are wrong because they're the ones that are initiating violence. The police aren't wrong. Of course not. They're responding to it. And you're talking like that because of your stream. I'll throw a stone first if someone starts to do weird shit on the streets where my kid plays. I don't think you're going to do that. I mean, realistically, it's not going to happen. Civil war in Serbia? Oh, really?
So keep all of that in mind.
The law doesn't work like that, though? Actually, I think it does. I think if somebody tries to throw a brick at you in your house and you shoot them with a gun, at least in Texas, you're not going to jail. No. You're fine. And also in Florida, that's literally what they said. In Florida, they just straight up said, hey, listen, if you throw bricks at us, we're going to contact your family for where they can collect your remains. And guess what happened? No bricks. How does that happen?
Do not stop. Keep up the pressure. We have to turn this around for our country one way or another. Please do leave a like, comment, subscribe if you haven't already. Go and watch my last video if you haven't, by the way. The Brits are angry one. Why Brits are angry. It's probably the most important video I've made. It's kind of tailored towards foreign audiences, especially Americans, because I noticed I got quite a few new American subscribers. So I just wanted to explain a bit of the backstory of why Britain is so frustrated.
Look at that.
And if you haven't seen that, I would appreciate you going and watching it. I've had some great comments and some great feedback from that video. Anyway, I'll see you in a future video. Peace out.
Yep, there it is.
Like
no, I totally agree. I mean, like, maybe it's an age thing. Shooting a kid for throwing a brick will piss off people, women particularly. I don't care.
It feels like...
I don't give a shit. I don't think anybody else should either. You shouldn't let people emotionally blackmail you into allowing yourself to be a target dummy. The fact is that if a person wants to initiate violence and they want to attack you, then you should have every right to defend yourself. I think that's the parents. The parents really should be thinking about why are their kids out there throwing bricks? Kids shouldn't be shot with live rounds? Of course they should. Of course. If a kid is posing a deadly threat to a police officer, the police officer absolutely should use deadly rounds. It's not even a question. Duh. Like, what? It's easy for you to say that whenever it's not your life on the line. But if this is your family member, or this is your friend, or this is you, you'd want to be able to defend yourself. You're making an emotional argument that makes no logical sense. No. Nope, nope, nope. Why are we tolerant of degenerate behavior? I don't know. Oh, I do know. It's emotional blackmail. That's the reason why. It's an unequal balance of power, weapons versus no weapons. Well, I mean, I'd say a brick or something like that or a gun is definitely a weapon. I support this guy. I think he's great. And I'm really glad to see more people talking about this. And things are obviously, things are pretty much getting more and more extreme over time. And I think that political revolution coming to Britain, oh boy. This is a big one. Wow. What?
former special
Let me
forces.
see. What is this? On September 13th, I will ask something of the British public, British patriots, that I would never ask anything of if you're willing to lead the charge. If certain individuals can ask for our throats to be slit with zero accountability or repercussions, that allows us free rein to defend ourselves in a manner that will rattle foreign hostiles and our government to their very core. Choose a side because this is ultimately what it's come down to. See you on the 13th and prepare your shields. Oh boy. Wow. Should have been September 11th? No, absolutely not. And so, yeah, there it is. And, yeah, holy fuck. And let's go. I'll look at this later on. But, yeah, bro's creating the Minutemen. Yeah, I guess so, right? Enough is enough. They walk right into this one. I guess so. I mean, I don't know exactly where this is going to go. But, yeah, I mean, there's a good chance you could get a revolution happening. I mean, the UK is turning into a shithole. I mean, I think that, again, and how do I know this, is because the US has been the same... has been the same victim of the same problems. That's it. And check the comments. So I don't know what the comments are at all. Trump changed everything. I think Trump getting elected was actually a huge turning point. I think it was. And the reason why is that I think it showed a lot of people that the viewpoints and the values that these different people have are actually very popular. They are extremely popular, and they're held by a large percentage of people. And as soon as people realize that, the power of consensus is so strong that it brings a lot of, I think, kind of middle of the road people over to your side. Yeah, no, of course, right? Obviously, absolutely, 100%. W free money method? Yeah, she probably made a lot.
This is a really great thing from Twitch, to be honest.
That's a fact.
XQC made a tweet talking about it, saying Twitch cracked down on bots in 2 to 3 days, and viewbotters/victims of viewbotting have been exposed. Streamers that are part of groups/orgs are seemingly being botted much more heavily.
Yes.
Don't want to start a witch hunt, but the data is interesting. Go see for yourself.
I did that.
And then links Twitch tracker, which you can see for yourself. And people are scrubbing through with a fine-tooth comb, taking a peek at these big drops in viewer numbers. And right now, the findings are still pretty early because this has only been in effect for like...
You only have 3 days, 2 days. There's not enough data points to really draw a consensus, you know, for like where things are going or where they are. But he's right.
Maybe 3 days now. So it's still like very fresh data. This shit's straight out of the oven. But people are noticing that some of the biggest channels being hit were affiliated with orgs. So like XQC mentions, like some org-affiliated channels were, in a lot of cases, the recipients of some artificially boosted numbers, as evident by a huge drop in viewer numbers.
Oh, Charlie, you're such a pussy. Just say the names. Just say who it is. Just say it. Just say the number went down. That doesn't mean that they did it. Just say the number. Like, why is he... Just do Is this the reason why people like him and hate me? It's because I'm the one that's the asshole?
Over the last couple of days out of nowhere. Namely, OTK seems
what
to be
the fuck? Why would he say me? I hate this guy. Oh my god. What a fucking asshole, bro. Like, you gonna call me out like that on the video? What a dick.
Big one. People are seeing a huge drop across the board for most of the channels that have gone live over the last couple of days.
This is
that
bullshit,
are with the group.
man.
Another channel people have been paying very close attention to is Asmongold's. He's one of the biggest...
I love how he was accurate in not categorizing me with OTK. Good one.
Streamers in the world, and he went live.
I want to hear this again.
Attention to is Asmongold's. He's one of the biggest streamers in the world. And he went live. Very close attention to is Asmongold's. He's one of the biggest streamers in the world.
Oh, man. I know. I know. Yeah.
And he went live the last couple days since the bot fisting has come out from Twitch. And they noticed that his average...
And I have indeed been fisted. With no lube.
Viewers for both streams had been about 20,000 less than normal. About
Can you believe that Charlie would call me out like this? This is fucked up, man.
1,000 people were banished to the Shadow Realm here.
Up.
And Asmongold even commented on it, believing that his account was probably botted. He believes with 95% certainty.
Oh, so he's using the source of me being botted as me? Oh, well. Yeah, I did say that. Yeah, I did. It's true.
His channel was botted.
Yes.
And he agrees that removing these bot numbers and this fake phony baloney viewership...
This is what I said. I said removing bots and artificial viewership is better for everyone on the platform. I suspect this is a work in progress, so Twitch is A/B testing for the solutions. You can cross-reference larger data websites to see the overall impact. Yes. Obviously, I was right.
From the platform is good for everybody there.
Yes.
And that seems to be the prevailing sentiment, that everyone agrees that getting rid of artificial...
Well, not everybody. There's a lot of people that haven't been talking about this at all. Now, I'm not going to name names, but there's a lot of people that haven't said anything about this. Find it to be interesting. 30K now. No, the thing is that, listen, viewership, everything like this, this is the way I've looked at it. When I had 100K viewers, I said, okay. When I had 10K viewers playing the Honkai Star Rail story at 3 o'clock in the morning, losing a story fight with pay-to-win characters, I said, okay. That's just the way it is. That was peak? Yeah. I said, oh, yeah. I had a C6 Acheron. And I lost, anyway. So yeah, and I was talking and nothing, it's 40K. No, the thing is, like, listen, like, I get my ego from things that, like, I mean, I don't know. I don't really think about it a lot, man. Like, is that weird for me to say? Like, I just don't really, I don't really worry about it a lot. I don't get upset. I don't get angry. You know, like, it is what it is, right? I mean, like, fuck. Yeah, how far back do you think it goes? Because your Necromancer attempts had like 20K, no? Well, I didn't do Necromancer attempts on alt stream. I don't know. Maybe I did. I don't remember. Like, to me, it's just like anybody that ties their... Like, Twitch has like a massive brain rot problem of people that are constantly fixated around viewer count. And I'm going to be honest, I was a victim of this. And even now, like, I'll admit, it's demoralizing to see that a lot of your popularity was artificial, or at least it seemed to be. It sucks. It does. It sucks. But you know what else sucks? A lot of things. And you know what you do? You suck it up. Too bad. Try harder. Work harder. Oh, no. Yeah, that's the way it is. Like, that's life. I remember I was complaining to my dad about this, and he's like, what are you you did fine today. Like, what are you what do you mean? Like, what do you... He's like, yeah, I remember back whenever my dad left and I had to hunt squirrels for the family to survive. But yeah, I'm sure you going down to 30,000 viewers is very upsetting for you. Just literally did not give a fuck. And so anyway, yeah, it's pretty bad, isn't it? Yeah. Squirrels? No, he did. And anyway, finish stream with some memes. No. Let me finish this, okay? But yeah, so a lot of streamers get like really emotionally affected by this, and I've been a victim of this myself. And it's one of the reasons why I moved to my second channel, is that like I had a lot of like mental blocks with my main channel, and I was like, this is just so much pressure, so much stress. I don't want to deal with this anymore, and I have to move on and do something different. And so I did. And so like to me, and also, like, I remember I went live on my main channel. I had 100K viewers, and I got, like, 40 DMs from people that wanted to collab with me, and then I never went online again. Stressed me out. Yeah, it just stressed me out. Didn't want to deal with it. Yeah, your second channel became the main channel. What was the point? Great question. Really great question. I wish I knew. Do you think that anyone will self-delete because of the drop in viewer count? I don't know. I mean, obviously, you know, people care a lot about it, and there is, like, in the Twitch social circles, there is definitely a degree of, you know, social value that people have because they're popular. I think this is absolutely true. But, you know, from my perspective, it's not really something that I would be too focused on or too upset or fixated about. You know, I just go and do what I want to do, and that's what matters. And so it's not that serious. Yeah, exactly. And I mentioned the account was chilling, though. Webcam games. Well, hey, I mean, they keep killing those view bots. I might as well just go play Honkai Star Rail with no camera again, right? I mean, damn. Yeah, collabing's cringe. I don't think collabing's cringe. There's a lot of guys I'd want to collab with, right? But like, you know, in general, I think that some of them are. But anyway, well, I'm getting off topic. I apologize. Twitch viewership is like I know a lot of streamers. There is nothing that stresses streamers out more than viewership. It does. So there have been a lot of people that have messaged me and talked to me about it, saying how nervous they are and how stressed out they are about it. It's an extremely common thing, and it's been going on with a lot of people. And it's actually kind of surprising to see what a big viewer count. Yeah, about viewer count, absolutely. It's been huge. And so, yeah, isn't it better to look at sub count anyway? No. My sub count, you want to see how many subscribers I have? I have 6,000 subscribers. I have 6,000. The reason why is every time somebody subscribes, I remind them that they wasted their money. Let's finish this.
The prevailing sentiment that everyone agrees that getting rid of artificial viewership from Twitch is a net positive to the entire platform.
It is.
The only people that'll have an issue with these fake numbers being blasted is going to be the people that are exploiting them. The people that are using the bot services are the only ones that are going to be outraged about it. Now, I also imagine the cope from a lot of people that are going to get caught red-handed with bots is going to be, it wasn't me. I must have been the victim of a malicious bot villain, a supervillain twirling his evil cartoonish mustache. Must have been botting me for all this time. I had no idea. And in some cases, like, that is a real thing. There are cases where some people will bot a channel just because they think it's going to get them in trouble. But that doesn't happen. Like, Twitch, for the longest time, has not taken this botting problem seriously. So that whole...
No, that's the reason why a lot of people, I think, were doing it. Absolutely. I mean, for me, personally, I never did it. I didn't do it. I mean, I feel like I don't really need to prove it. Somebody wants to think I did it, go ahead. I did a bunch of other bad stuff. That's just not one of them.
Idea of, like, a bad actor botting a channel to try and get punishment put upon a streamer they don't like, it's not that common. It happens, sure, but it's not that common because everybody knows Twitch hasn't done anything about botters for so long. So how the fuck could that possibly still be a strategy that someone that doesn't like you would use? That's like you and your buddy going to the public pool and you eat pizza together, and then your friend tries to tell the lifeguard that you didn't wait 30 minutes before getting in the pool. It's like, okay, who gives a fuck?
Nobody
cares. That's the whole way Twitch has treated botting for the longest time.
Yeah, true.
Until now. I think that's going to be like the crutch a lot of people will claim. Like,
but did you know your org did it for you or other mates in your org? My org did not do any botting to the best of my knowledge, and nobody that I know is a botter that I am certain of that did it to themselves. I got a lot of subs. No, I didn't. I only got like 50. That's not enough. What am I supposed to be thankful? I only got 50 subs. Come on, guys.
I wasn't botting. I didn't sign off on anyone botting me. This must have been some stranger in the back alleys trying to hurt my reputation by botting me for all this time. And some people,
guys,
I'm sure,
stop. If you no, you do not need to sub.
Be telling the truth, but it's going to be hard to know for sure.
I don't even have emotes.
But one thing that I think everyone will know for sure is that this is a really good thing for Twitch. I am so glad they're actually taking this seriously and actually wiping out such huge amounts of bots.
Get rid of the
I'm
rats.
hoping they are still going to continue doing this because there's still work to be done. All of these bot services are going to do their best to circumvent this, so that way their clients
This is an infinite cat and mouse game, and botting services will get around the current Twitch system, and then Twitch will have to acclimate to the new botting services, and it's going to go back and forth. That's what's going to happen. Yeah, I mean, like, whether people like it or not, that's pretty much where things are going. It's annoying, but there it is.
Continue to pay them money for this service.
Yeah,
they're not just going to roll over and die. They're not going to go.
They're not going to say, "Oh, I guess I'm going to stop making money now."
Up and just admit defeat. This is always a tug of war. They are going to come up with new ways of trying to evade Twitch's detection, and I'm hoping this isn't just like a one-time thing where Twitch blew their whole load here on this bot blast. I'm hoping they will continue to allocate resources to fighting against the upcoming bots that are going to be, no doubt, surfacing soon. But either way, this is a great step in the right direction, and I hope it continues. Just wanted to yap about it a bit. That's it. So,
definitely a good decision. Absolutely, 100%. Doesn't matter who it affects. It's a good call. People with fake viewership, people that are trying to push themselves out as being more popular or anything like that, it doesn't help anybody. It hurts advertisers, and it is a depressive force on the entire platform. So yeah, that's the way that I feel about it, and that can get in trouble with sponsors. No, I mean, sure, right? I mean, absolutely, it would be a negative. I mean, like, it's not good at all. I mean, that's why, again, I've tried to move over to just doing YouTube videos, because I thought this problem was going to go on for a while, and so that's pretty much where we're at. The fucking country fair is going to tell somebody else that they're not properly socialized. What are you talking about? What do you mean?
I don't know how to get it across in a meaningful way
I can
to them.
fix her. I mean,
like,
she's
pretty,
they
just don't listen. And I'll be like, okay, you wouldn't have done this bad thing to me if you actually loved me in the way that you say you do. Like, that is not what love is. That's not what love is. When you love someone, you don't do
She's
things
probably annoying.
Intentionally or even unintentionally.
Yeah, she's probably annoying.
Why is that considered love to you? I'm just like, I don't know where it's coming from. I honestly pity them, because that has to be awful, but
probably,
like, I can't handle
how
it
long
anymore,
is this?
dude.
So in this video,
Jesus
this girl is
Christ.
describing her troubles with finding a good man.
Yeah.
She insists that she doesn't have a type, that none of these men really have anything in common, but for some reason, in the end, they always end up treating her horribly.
Isn't that crazy how the same person can go to a bunch of people that they admit themselves are totally different and have the same outcome? Huh. So if you're the common denominator in all of these situations, it must be men as a whole that are wrong. Can you, because like, think about this. That was a 2-minute video of her talking. That felt like 10 minutes. Can you imagine having an argument with her? I would, like, I dated a girl like this one time, and I got to the point where, like, because then she'd just start talking, and I'd be, oh, fuck, just shut up, just shut up. Just stop. Just no, please. Right? One time? Yeah, only one time. Pink Spark. No, it was not easy.
And this led many in the comments to speculate that it must be something about her that is the common denominator. And unfortunately, since such a short TikTok video, and we don't really get much insight onto greater parts of her personality, and she's not very...
Here's the funny thing about it, is that I am not a judgmental person, but I'm also a judgmental person. I think that we got a lot of insight into her personality.
Open about what her most major flaws are to figure out why she's attracting such mean men or why her relationships are always driven to turmoil. People began to theorize, because it's one of the most noticeable things about her, that it could potentially have to do with the amount of piercings she has. In fact, these two comments right next to each other.
The piercing theory is so true. Exactly. Yeah, he knows.
The piercing theory is so true, with over 700 likes. And again,
well, this is a common thing in nature where you have animals that, in order to denote that they're venomous or poisonous, they have very bright or very unique and striking features. So like, you know, those super bright lizards, well, if you lick them, you die. This is true. Like, you ever see a really bright blue and like purple frog? Don't touch them, you'll die.
Don't care. Nose ring theory with over 1,200 likes. So you might be wondering, like I did, what about having a bunch of metal in your face would cause someone to treat you poorly? I mean, sure.
This is the Austin example, right? I mean, that's definitely one negative right there. I didn't even know that until he told me that. I didn't even want to know that. I still don't want to know that. Now everybody knows that.
The style isn't everyone's type, but these men were clearly attracted enough to her to date her. So then what is it that's causing the relationships to not go well?
Her.
So I decided to look into what these men were referencing when they talked about the piercing theory or the nose ring theory. And this was the top video I found.
Have y'all ever heard of the septum piercing theory?
Yeah.
If you have a septum piercing, you may not want to look it up, but I'm always the last person to hear about shit. So this is common knowledge. It's dead ass. It's actually dead ass. Because it says that every person that has a septum piercing makes their trauma their entire personality.
Yeah, that's probably true. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, just look at her, you know that's true. Yeah, you just look at him. Yeah.
And she agrees? It's dead ass.
Uh-oh.
Like I said, dead ass.
Damn, straight from the horse's mouth. Or maybe I should say straight from the bull's mouth. You know.
Good one.
Because you get it, you get it. And if even the person with the nose ring is saying it's true, I mean, there's got to be something there. And this is just
it is true. I mean, again, like, how is it that this is exactly what I said earlier, right? Is that how is it that every single ancient culture throughout the entire globe came up with some form of mythological being that is a female-coded, like, mythological beast that either makes very loud noises or sucks the life out of you? What's the odds that everybody in the whole world would come to the same conclusion there? That's crazy, right? Wow.
More hilarious when we take that theory and then reference back to the first video where the girl was making her relationship trauma her entire personality.
Yeah.
Okay, that might have been a little reductive. After all, it was just one video. Surely her entire profile isn't like that.
Yo, you guys never told me how...
Oh boy.
How cool it is to have a dad. Like, this is a secret.
I would have never guessed. No way. No way!
That's been kept from me.
And you've also got, by the way, human embodiment of a twig. So you've got, like, I know this might sound surprising, but the person with piercings all over their face probably has some form of body dysmorphia. So, like, we've already got, like, bro, if this was soccer, she'd be out of the game. That's how many red flags she's gotten. It's bad.
I grew up with 3 moms. My mommy issues are off the chart.
3 mom? What?
Huh? Okay, sure. I mean, so maybe she doesn't have a dad and has a ton of self-proclaimed mommy issues, but that doesn't mean trauma's her entire personality.
Yeah.
I have psoriasis. Not like a little psoriasis,
Yeah.
like all over my entire body. When I tell you...
Was it 7? Oh, okay. Then we'll just play the video for 2 more minutes, and then we'll get up to 7. I thought it was 3. I thought it was 3 red flags or red cards. Yeah. But no, I mean, we can get up to 7 pretty quick. Okay, let's go.
Not like a little psoriasis.
Entire personality.
What's this?
I have psoriasis. Not like a little psoriasis, like all over my entire body. When I tell you, my whole body looks like this.
Okay, so she has a bit of medical trauma too, but I mean, there's more to her.
Oh my God.
Normal can ever happen to me. I think I attract chaos.
Okay, so attract.
So everybody, everywhere you go, there's chaos. Huh. What are the odds of that?
Chaos, it might be a little red flag, but I mean, there's got to be something normal here.
Not to be a man-hater or anything.
Are we up to 7 now?
Actually, no, fully to be a man-hater. Fully to be a man-hater.
Oh, now we're at 8.
Okay, I guess she also just doesn't like men. I mean, you could have brought that up when you were theorizing on why your relationships with men might be
well, she probably goes into the relationships that she has with men with a degree of resentment because her dad wasn't around, and then there's some sort of other issue, and so then there's the I'm going to pull away from you and you have to hold me before I get away, and if you don't, that means that you don't love me. Like this is as I said before, it's actually crazy how and I want to let you guys know I'm totally stereotyping, but I think I'm completely right. I think I'm totally right about this.
Going poorly. I'm starting to connect the dots.
Yeah.
Now, when I first started looking into nose ring theory, I didn't think that I would take it seriously at all. I thought it would just be a good laugh. But the more I looked into it, the more I think that it might actually hold some weight, because I did find
it's real. It's 100% real.
Number of studies that have strong correlations between individuals.
You know, I know how many girls that I've met in my life that have had blue hair that weren't crazy? 1. And you know what she doesn't have anymore? She doesn't have blue hair now. So she got rid of it. Now it's 0.
With a lot of piercings and tattoos, and how they are perceived and who they attract. This study seems to indicate that people with piercings and tattoos scored significantly higher than those without for sensation.
People, what's this here? Well, let me listen to this again.
How they are perceived and who they attract. This study seems to indicate that people with piercings and tattoos scored significantly higher than those without for sensation-seeking and risk-taking behavior.
So are you telling me people that want to poke holes in themselves are more likely to take risks? Holy shit. Holy shit. The Journal of Public Health Research. Wow. Wow, we've got some real groundbreaking discovery here, gentlemen.
This other study that I found seems to indicate that people with piercings and tattoos, specifically women, scored significantly higher for extroversion and assertiveness, meaning they are more aggressive.
Yeah, they cause problems.
This study that I found in Psychology Today examines how people with tattoos and piercings are perceived. And the most popular finding was that they are perceived to be more sexually promiscuous. And that they tend to attract people who are looking for more casual relationships than serious ones. And many other studies seem to point to people with piercings and tattoos having higher...
I've never seen a girl with more than 4 tattoos that didn't have an OnlyFans. I'm thinking about this. I'm trying to go through everybody. You hang around trying to go through everyone 4 tattoos.
Piercings and tattoos having higher...
I've never seen a girl with more than 4 tattoos that didn't have an OnlyFans. I'm thinking about this. I'm trying to go through everybody. You hang around weird girls? Well, I mean, this is the thing, right? So, like, I used to have 2 different questions that I would ask a girl before I dated her. I would ask her bra size and her item level in World of Warcraft. I don't play the game anymore, so I have a new question. I ask them, do you have BPD? And if the answer is no, I don't date them, because I know that a girl would have to be crazy to date me in the first place.
correlations with impulsivity and more experience with trauma and adversity. This study from BMC Psychology seemed to find a strong correlation between body modifications and people who experienced childhood abuse and neglect. And this one really stood out to me. This one found a notable prevalence of individuals with a high number of body modifications and borderline personality disorder.
See?
Now, this is not to say that individuals with piercings and tattoos
It's just the way it is.
are all degenerate problem children undeserving of love.
But it's crazy how common that it's crazy that there's like studies that say this though, right? Like you got to admit, like that's kind of like, wow. What are the odds of
belly
that?
button piercing and an entire side piece, and I find myself to be pretty well adjusted and have had a lot of success in my relationships. But it does beg the question. Could there be any legitimacy to the nose ring theory?
Of course.
Or is it mostly just something that jerks shout at people they disagree with online
Well,
when they
both, absolutely both.
happen to have a nose ring?
Yes.
My ultimate conclusion? Probably both. Obviously, even with all of
she's
these
smart.
studies and research papers, you're never going to be able to make a correct, sweeping blanket generalization about every one kind of person who looks a certain way.
That's true, but it's crazy how often stereotyping people works. It really is. It's I started stereotyping people a while ago, and like, man, it works all the time.
Of the first video we watched where the girl is describing her issues with relationships with men, we know that people did at least initially find her very attractive, as she even cites at the end of the video that I cut off that both men and women have described completely falling in love with her. And when I first listened to her story, I wasn't even making any judgments about her physical appearance. I was truly waiting for the other shoe to drop of when she was going to describe some consistent patterns of behavior that
something
might
bad
lead
that happened to her. Exactly.
In her case, I definitely think that being a vocal man-hater was probably the linchpin in the disruption in her relationships.
I hate all men, and big surprise, you don't have good relationships with men. Nobody would have guessed that. Wow.
With men,
it's a
but certainly not all women with piercings and tattoos feel that way. In fact, here are some examples of super pierced and tattooed girls in very happy relationships with men.
Yeah. Lucky guy. Yeah. And you've got to keep in mind, this is a very important thing. Keep in mind that they could have had a massive fight 5 minutes after this TikTok gets uploaded. Like, just because, and like, that's the thing with people like this, is that things can be great and then immediately they turn to shit. Best cat dad ever. Oh boy. Wow.
What is this?
Doing my pretty boyfriend's eyeliner.
Also, it's so funny how they always go for the nerdy gamer guys. But this is what makes the nose ring theory so...
Not always.
So complex, because if the first video were to be enough to prove that it's accurate, then all of these other videos should be enough to disprove it, right? At the end of the day, the nose ring theory is just that, a theory, an idea worth discussing. Is it true that people with a lot of tattoos and piercings tend to be a bit more rebellious, chaotic, and traumatized?
Seems that way.
Probably.
Yeah.
But does it make them inherently undateable? No. Some of them. Some of them are absolutely undateable.
But
not all of them. As with most things, it's a case-by-case scenario, and it's always more important to pay attention to how a person behaves or what they believe in than it is to try and find secret clues in how they look or dress. Anyway,
I don't know. I mean, you just look at them, you know the way it is, right? I mean, like, fuck, like, that's it. Just judge a book by its cover. That's the way I do it. I just look at them, you know about it. Like, that's the same way they put me in jury duty one time. They said, "Are you going to look at the evidence?" I said, "No, I just look at him. I know if he did it or not." You can tell if somebody's guilty, you just look at him. I didn't get picked. They didn't pick me. Yeah, you just look at him. You know it. Everybody knows it. Like, it's obvious. Like, you've got to remember that, like, the justice system was invented, like, maybe 100, few hundred years ago, right? The current one that we have. but we have fine-tuned our instincts and our intuition over millennia of hunting every animal and defeating every animal on our race to the top of the food chain, okay? So, like, I'm relying on my ancient ancestral instincts to guide my decisions and to guide my fate in my hand. Meanwhile, you're just reading a sheet of paper. Yeah, you're just reading a sheet of paper. What the fuck? Yeah, bro, like, yeah. I wonder who's going to be right about this. Yeah, you just look at him, you know it.
Has been my analysis.
But the ancestors got to be exactly.
Theory. If you liked my coverage, please drop a like on the video. Consider subscribing. We are so close to the big 500,000, the big half.
She got 522,000 now. Good for her.
Subscribers, and drop any comments that you have on the subject down below, because that also helps boost me.
This
in the
is funny, man.
And
I
grow
love
my
this.
Channel. And if you want even more from me than you can find here, consider joining my Patreon at patreon.com/thedadvocate for early access to my videos,
nice.
exclusive content, and exclusive merch that you can't get anywhere else.
She
Thank
seems
you
nice.
so much for watching all the way until the very end. I will catch you in the next one.
All right.
Until soon.
So I gotta be real. I gotta be real about this, like, bro, like, she totally right. Like, and when I go back, I think about it. It's definitely true. She got thoughtful videos, yeah. And there's the video. Give her a like. And yeah, you can see there's 2022, 2.2 thousand. Excuse me. Man, 2.2 thousand that really have a problem with this video. I wonder why, bro. I wonder what it is. And what's your favorite dinosaur? It's a Triceratops. Probably a Triceratops. It's either Triceratops or a Joe Biden. It's kind of goes back and forth depending on the day. But I'll link you all the video again. Give her a sub. Give the video a like. That's it. And the hogs, yeah, exactly. Well, that's why they got the nose rings, just so everybody knows about it. And anyway, let's see. I'll go back. I'll find a few more of these here, too. Some of us aren't broken. Some of us really got into punk and pop in 2000. That's how we look and dress. No, honestly, it's Blink-182's fault. Listen, everybody loves goth girls and emo girls. Well, not everybody, but pretty much everybody. And by everybody, I mean I do. And so I'm not complaining about this, but you do have to understand that whenever you're dating girls like this, you're playing a game on hard mode. Like you are. That's just the way it is. And so I'm just being honest, right? I mean, fuck. So what do you call it? Gay dinosaur? I don't know. And yeah, exactly. Look at Asmon's shirt. Oh, this shirt. Yeah, this is back whenever I was a bit of an emo kid, a little bit, right? I mean, I think that I have like a couple of photos. Like, let me see. I think I have maybe one or two of like me whenever I was in high school. Like, this isn't really. Let me see. I can pull one up and show you. And so this was me back. Like, I feel like I was like maybe 17 or something like that at this point. And yeah, like I was somewhere around like 17. And emo, yeah, just a little bit, right? I had that shirt. Yeah, I think a senior in high school. So that's where we're at. The guy plays Dungeons and Dragons. No, better than that. I was in the Dungeons and Dragons club in high school. Okay. So, yes, absolutely. But no, the nose ring theory, I think it's very, very fucking true. It is. It's crazy how common it is. It's crazy. Like, what is the probability of this? Seemingly every single one of them. I don't know what the hell it is. Typical 80s photo? Well, it's just the image, right? That was it. You had hair? Yeah, I did. That was a very, very long time ago. But yes, many years ago, that was the case. This was crazy, bro.
You can give everyone here like a $50,000 check, especially people that are in the streets who are committing violent crimes consistently. A $50,000 check, it's not going to fix anything. It's not going to increase the median household income in the next 10 years by 10% or 20%. For example, we have the Chinese Exclusion Act of 1882. We prevented Chinese people from getting citizenship and even entering the country. We discriminated against them and basically put them under apartheid, even here in the United States. Yet they have the highest median household income. How is that possible? How come they don't complain and feel entitled consistently to beg for reparations and beg for this when they are killing each other 90% of the time, which is the rate that black people kill each other, according to the FBI?
Oh, young Matt.
Yet white people are the oppressors.
I'm not sure where your education came from, but they lied to you.
Stats don't lie, though.
She like, nope. Fake. That shit, nope, nuh-uh, no, nope. Nope.
Statistics lie all the time. So let's start there, particularly when the statistics are coming from the sources that gain from the statistics being shown a different way. So if you're going to start your argument on stats don't lie, you've already lost the argument. They lie. They lie all the time. One, comparing Chinese people who are immigrants that made a choice to come to the United States and comparing the continued effort of black people to...
So the people, well, I don't even understand.
Ground themselves in a nation that continues to make impediments for them to show and live and exist in their true citizenship is a false equivalency.
I don't believe that happens at all. No one here is in.
Are you acting right now? Do you really believe
I'm telling
this?
the truth. There's no.
This is what happens when Twitter meets reality. This is exactly what happens. False equivalence. Well, the thing is that, I mean, again, none of the Chinese people that were oppressed under, the law of 1882 exist anymore. They're all dead. It's the same as every single black person that was a victim of slavery is dead too, at least in America. There's still slavery in other places of the world, but yeah, they're all dead. This is a dead issue. Like anybody that's living in this is like, it's not even that at all.
There's no systemic racism that I've experienced here in
What
America.
about the Japanese who U.S. put in the camps? Yeah, exactly, and that was in the 40s too. Well, to be fair, they did get reparations for that. And I think it's fair that they got reparations for that.
America. What system is racist? I think the only racism we've actually seen recently, systemic racism that we've seen, is the application of systemic racism against white people. The University of Western Washington, for example, has been trying to segregate dormitories, using black-only dormitories because black people feel safer amongst each other. But they're more likely to kill each other than white people are ever to kill them. That's just the truth. You have King Von rapping about killing other black men. Why should I think that the white man is the oppressor when black men are more likely to kill me?
Oh my God, this is scary. You need to think about me as your mama. Do not talk to me in that fashion. So let's check that now.
Okay.
It's crazy to me that, you know what this seems like to me? This is like a soundboard. It's like a soundboard of a dumb person that thinks that they're clever. It's like, this is the kind of way that you would talk to somebody on the internet, but whenever it actually comes into like a public conversation, you realize how obnoxious and patronizing and self-defeating this type of rhetoric is. She's trying to belittle him. She's yeah, because she's stupid. That's the reason why.
Okay, so on a basic level, we have to understand that systemic racism is grounded in the realities that black people have not been considered an equal human being in this country since its onset. So there's simply no way,
not even today,
to make the argument that there isn't systemic racism, and we have seen...
There's no way to make the argument because I said it's not true.
In very clear ways, the system operate in an organically racist way. Do not cut me me off.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, sure. And so anyway, there's another person. See, and this is the problem that people like this have, like this young guy, is that he tries to be respectful and listen to other people's perspectives. With people like her, you can't do that. They're lying retards that don't care about the truth. They don't care about the truth. They don't care about any sort of objectivity. They don't care about anything other than pushing what they believe. That's it. And they want to bully and attack and criticize and demonize anybody that they disagree with. That's all there is to it. Look at the YouTube comments. They're insane. Okay. I will after this. Watch this one.
So why is that fair for people who never had slaves, who fought against slavery, to have to pay for people that had slaves?
One, from my understanding, you are more interested in preserving the fairness of those who didn't have slaves than the fairness of those who are the descendants of slaves. That is priority to you than finding a fair way to.
This is an optical argument. Again, this is what I'm saying. Is people like this, they only think about how things sound, not what they are. It's all optics.
Accommodate those who have been the descendant of slaves.
Well, our ancestors wasn't asking for handouts. They were asking for equal opportunity, and we have equal opportunity in this country.
Oh well, you don't want that.
Country. We had a black president, just in case you didn't know. We had a black president, and we had a black vice
Donald
president.
Trump.
I mean, I think she was black. They said she was black. I don't know. So we had a black president, and you know who voted for that black man? White people, because you can't win a popular election in this country without white people. So Barack Obama is the product of white people. So let's get off this thing where, America is so racist. What's making America so racist is people that continue to talk about racism and continue to focus on racism. And
no, he's right about this, is that people like her that they constantly push racism shit. And they constantly complain about everything. And the reason why, see, like a lot of people don't understand the economy that this creates. The reason why people like her complain about racism is that it gets them attention and it makes people do what they want. And to the extent that they get attention and people capitulate to their demands whenever they cry about racism, well, then they're going to keep doing it because it works.
Instead of focusing on unity and bringing our country forward, people that have this liberal mindset are infected.
Just a minute. Where's my spider? Oh, there he is. There he is. He moved. Okay, never mind. He's good.
Our communities, black people, and making.
Let me move back.
You to focus on racism instead of focusing on unity and bringing our country forward. People that are
these people don't want unity because unity means that their power structure doesn't exist anymore. Their entire apparatus of influence and authority comes from grievance. These people are professional problem havers. That's all they do. So they will never relinquish that because in doing so, they relinquish their power.
This liberal mindset are infecting our communities, black people, and making us victims and not victors. I refuse to embrace a victim mentality because that's not what our grandparents and Harriet Tubman and those people fought for. They fought for equal opportunity.
Do not bring up Harriet Tubman's name in vain, baby, please.
They said the Lord's name in vain. The Lord's name.
Harriet Tubman was literally saving her family and others from slavery.
Yeah. You know who helped her? White people.
You know who helped her?
Man. Fucking got him.
They were on the Underground Railroad. Come on in.
No, you know who helped her?
Come on in.
No, you know who helped her?
God.
She goes, no. Every time, this is what I find is funny, is that every time somebody says something that makes like what she's saying just sound like bullshit, no.
And people who benefit from white supremacy. One of the things that
Wait, what?
Underground Railroad.
No,
Come on in.
No, you know who helped her?
Come on in.
No, you know who helped her?
God. and
people who benefit from white supremacy.
So people who helped Harriet Tubman in the Underground Railroad to rescue slaves did it because they benefited from white supremacy. Damn, bro, like what? God damn, bro, you gotta put your brain in the microwave to figure that one out. Railroad to rescue.
No, you know who helped her?
God and
people who benefit from white supremacy.
So people who helped Harriet Tubman in the Underground Railroad to rescue slaves did it because they benefited from white supremacy. Damn, bro, like what? God damn, bro, you gotta put your brain in the microwave to figure that one out. For a while. Damn, what the fuck? That's wild. Damn.
One of the things
it's a lie. White supremacy is a lie.
No, sir, that's simply not true.
There's no such. I mean,
if that were not the case, then we wouldn't see the continued effort of colonialism and white people placing themselves in positions of power when they do not have the power.
Because their culture, black culture, is toxic.
Oh, she did not like that. She did not like that at all. Damn.
Culture is toxic. We have produced a culture that is toxic. And let's get on the fact that there's no fathers in the black home. Let's talk about that.
Stop. No. 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 That's it. That's the argument. No.
Stop. Let's talk about that.
None of this is gonna work if y'all are just gonna sit here and make up shit.
It's
not gonna work. No, it's a debate. It has to be in facts.
You're putting off emotional liberalism right now.
I am not putting off emotional liberalism. You're putting off unfounded lies based in conservatism.
Misinformation. Remember they did the misinformation thing all summer where everything conservative did. They said misinformation.
He's right. He's totally right about this. And this is the thing is like this guy is completely equipped to handle her in a way that the previous guy, he was too polite. He was too reasonable. This guy's dealt with bitches like this before. He's probably dealt with somebody like this for his whole life. He knows what the boss mechanics are. Yeah, he knows how to handle this shit. You just throw it. Yeah, exactly. Right.
Your neck of an apartheid nation that actively wants to harm black people and non-Jewish people. But let me bring it back. Let me bring it back.
Selling black people
in Africa. That was not happening in the context.
They did not do it. It didn't happen. It didn't happen. No, it was. Were there white people in Africa? What do you mean? Damn.
That you're saying.
No,
bring it back.
Black people still sell their own people today too. By the way,
I don't know if I'm gonna last.
We're selling our own people today too.
I don't know if I'm gonna last.
You probably won't last with me.
I won't because your ignorance is so overwhelming.
She go no.
Liberals, y'all start name calling when y'all get defeated in an argument.
You won't have an argument because you keep cutting me off.
Oh, well, that's fine if they don't let me come back. I made my point.
You didn't make your point.
I made my point.
You haven't made your point. And let me just tell you about your point.
Yeah.
You started off saying, we believe in hard work.
Yeah.
And we believe in being compensated.
Reparations is not, though. Reparations is not hard work. It's stealing. It's Robin Hood.
You said you believe in hard work.
Yes.
And you believe in being compensated for hard work.
Yes.
But you didn't do anything. You didn't work or do anything. Like, what? Who? What do you mean?
Were slaves compensated for their work?
They weren't compensated for their work. But why should people who are sitting at home playing video games, smoking marijuana,
are you sitting at home playing a video game? Are you sitting at home playing a video game?
The people that they're wanting
Am
reparations
I sitting at home playing a video game? No.
It'd be better if you were. I'll tell you that. No, entitled loser. Yeah, exactly. And so anyway, yeah, it's real sad. It really is. Instead of bringing up the past, how about people address current ongoing issues that oppress people of color currently? Well, there's very rarely anything that actually systematically oppresses any group of people. Like, it's extremely uncommon. Like, you have racist police officers here and there, and there's, like, demographic advantages. Like, for example, if a certain demographic is a lot poorer or a lot richer, they're going to have access, on average, to more or less legal representation, for example. But that's not really something that's based off of race. That's something that's based off of income. And if you address the income thing, you solve it for all races. So there's very rarely anything that's actually negatively affecting, like, any specific race of people. And so, yeah, slavery ended in 1865. Yeah, it was a long time ago. It was. And it's all economic. Primarily it is. It is primarily economic. How many people out there do you think that think like she does? Oh, there's a lot of people that think like she does. But again, you have to understand that the reason why she thinks like she does, and the reason why she advocates and talks like this, is because people put up with it. Like, that's the reason why. Is that being an obnoxious, annoying person like this is something that it's very popular. It's very popular, and people put up with it. And as soon as people stop putting up with it, then it goes away. But the issue now is that people do put up with it because they're afraid to call it out.
So why is that fair?
And now you have people calling it out, and that's really what's changing. Do you think she believes what she's saying? Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, for sure. Another reason she thinks the way she does is because she doesn't think. Yeah, clearly. And yeah, anything that cuts someone short and deserves something based on talent and merit, race and gender is bad for society. Also happens to be racist. Yeah, I think so, of course. I mean, that's the way it is with anything. A lot of issues have historic roots, so history can be useful for understanding a problem. Going back to history for the solution is not the way. Historical solutions were horrible. I think you bring up a good point, yeah, is that a lot of historical problems... Yeah, a lot of problems do emerge from history, but going back and trying to solve them that way doesn't really make a lot of sense. I think that definitely makes a lot of sense. Absolutely. And what about black soldiers, World War II? They can get a fair shake of the GI Bill when we're denied mortgages and the opportunity to buy property via federally sponsored redlining. I don't think anybody would deny that, like, for example, if there's a black person that's still alive that wasn't given the GI Bill because they were black, I don't think anybody would say that that person shouldn't get their money. Everybody would agree with that. I mean, I can't think of anybody that would be against that. So the problem is that this is the issue, is that it's the idea of generational reparations. That's why, for example, and like the reason why I say what I did is it's the same thing as the internment camps, for example. I think that it makes a lot of sense that if you can quantify the value that somebody has lost because of some sort of policy, then it should make sense that that person gets that money back. But that's not something that's necessarily race-based. That's like if somebody gets falsely imprisoned, they should get the money back for the time that they lost. This isn't necessarily a race-based decision. It's simply righting wrongs that were done systematically. And that's really what I'm talking about. This happened yesterday, which was insane. Apparently this guy got in this crash and he killed like multiple people with this, and I don't even know what it is at all. Oh my fucking god. So let's take a look at it. Mom told me about this? Yeah. And this guy who's like a Trump admin steps in after a migrant involved in deadly crash, fails proficiency tests. Wow, I would have never guessed. Here we go.
The Trump administration now investigating a deadly Florida crash allegedly caused by an illegal migrant truck driver.
Yep.
And officials say the suspect couldn't read English or understand road signs despite getting a commercial.
This is what's say, like, just poor form, you know, somebody obviously going overboard at the end, clearly, but like it's again, like, I'm just trying to understand it. It's premeditated. Yeah, exactly. He said he was going to be in the ring during the apology video. He simply didn't expect to have it happen like that. Man. Jesus. That's sad, man. It really is sad. He's an MMA, he knows well what he's doing. Yeah, I think so too. I mean, obviously, like, you should know. I mean, you definitely should fucking know more than anything. And yeah, I guess that's pretty much what happened, right? And I'm trying to see if there's any more of these. Yeah, this is the one I saw already before. And I'm trying to see, like, so he reacted to this. I'll see what his dad said about this. Yeah, here it is. I'll look at it. Rampage Jackson ends his stream with Sneeko after finding out his son Raja knocked out a pro wrestler.
You gonna get banned for it?
Sorry about this.
It was really bad?
That's what Chad was saying. They said it was bad.
Yeah.
I hope it was staged. I hope it's staged because sometimes people do hardcore. Some people do hardcore pro wrestling.
I mean, I don't blame him, right? I mean, I don't blame him for saying that. I mean, like, you gotta be in a, like, I mean, the thing is, like, a parent, like, bro, like, you just found out, like, your kid just fucked up and one-shot his whole life. Like, I don't blame him for being in denial for a couple of minutes, right? I mean, really, yeah, first reaction is, he's like, no way, right? No way. Like, there's no way that's what it was. I mean, like, that's, yeah, first stage is denial. I just want to believe it. Yeah, real shit, man. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, let me see how I find any more of these here and get to it. And fleeing the scene, that's crazy. Like, I don't know why you would do that. That seems like a big fucking mistake. Why would you for any reason do that? And I'm trying to see if there's any more of this here. And Cover defends Raja. What is he saying?
We did see the proof. Before Raja even did anything to that nigga, he smacked him on the side of the head with a can and then grabbed his neck and like this. He was like, I can tell you wanted to say boy. He wanted to say boy. We did see it, chat. We did see it, facts. We did see the clip. Bro. That nigga started it. Raja ended it.
I think, yeah, he probably, honestly, like, Cuffham fucking trolls all the time. I think he's probably just trolling. He's just fucking around, right? Yeah, he probably...
that should be a law, man. Revenge...
Nah, he's just fucking around. Like, he does this shit all the time. Like...
Should be a law, my nigga. You know what I'm saying? Getting revenge is... That should be a law, my nigga. That ass. I wish I could...
Maybe he isn't. I don't know.
Revenge is gonna be a law. You do something, you're gonna get something done back.
Probably retard? I mean, I don't know. Like, I mean...
Maybe people
it's retarded if he's being serious, but like I've watched Cuffham before. Like I wouldn't expect that, right? That's all I'm saying. I wouldn't expect that. I wouldn't immediately pop off and get mad. That's
people
all.
Be doing shit to niggas and thinking shit can get done back to them, but once you do them back, then now niggas gonna be like, why you did it?
IQ joke.
Why
Maybe
you did something back? That was OD though. I mean, for God's sake, he got fucking Jackson DNA, my nigga. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just in their DNA, my nigga. They slam niggas like that. You know what I'm saying? You can't be mad at him, bro. That's what he does. You know? That's what he fucking does.
I think he could just be trolling. Honestly, like, yeah, I'm not. I don't really think, like, I don't know why, like, yeah, what is this? He's a retard? Yeah, I mean, again, like, if he's not trolling, he's 100% wrong. He's a retard. But, like, that's really it.
Brother, dumb animal, put him in a cage. Straight up.
Oh!
Not a human.
Has there ever been someone more based?
Brother, dumb animal, put him in a cage.
Wow.
Straight up. Not a human. Not allowed in society. Control
That's the thing, right? Is like, you can't let somebody like that out in the wild because they're going to hurt themselves and hurt somebody else too.
Self, dumb bitch. Fuck him. Bring that sparring partner back. Tornado kick him again. Dumb animal. Guru, move to our brother. Dumb animal, put him in a cage. Straight up. Thoughts on Raja doing a classic 13%. I mean, I'm sick of seeing it. Raining down shots and unanswered. Dead people. Like, he's unconscious on the ground. You just slammed him on his head. And now you're throwing 12 unanswered punches over and over again until you're trying to kill him. And the ref and all those bitches in the ring that didn't stomp his fucking head out when he was doing that.
I think they're just shocked. I think that's what happened, right? I mean, it just caught everybody by surprise. I don't think anybody knew how to react.
Raja should have got fucking knocked out cold in that ring. No one was doing anything about it but that pink hair guy.
He's right.
Shout out to the pink hair guy for jumping in the ring and trying to stop him at least. Thoughts on Raja doing a classic 13?
Yeah, no, he's right about this. Finding out that it's an Army veteran. Yeah, this shit's just sad, bro. Like, it's actually just sad. It's so sad. And this dude also, like, this is really what opens up about being broke.
Hell no, I don't got no bread, bro. I don't got no bread. That's what I'm saying. That's why I be talking to y'all and shit. I'm just like y'all, nigga. Like, my dad got bread. That's his bread. That's not mine. It's not my bread. He's rich. I'm not rich. He's rich. Feel me? I'm not rich yet.
Yeah.
That's why I want to get on brand rich, bro. I've been.
Be careful what you wish for.
Been waiting, bro. You know, this shit's been rough. It's been hard on me, bro. This shit's really been hard.
Y'all think maybe that he tried to do this because he, like, I don't know, like, with a person like this that, like, my first impulse is that he's just an impulsive retard that's acting immediately out of disrespect. And, like, there's not any other, like, you know, there's not, like, a high level of thinking here. It's not like, because I'm trying to, like, reverse engineer this the way that, like, a normal person would think. But, like, this is not a normal person. But, like, if there's a possibility, right? Because, like, I always run through all motives, right? Is that, like, do you think maybe there's a chance that, like, he tried to do this because he thought that if he beat the fuck out of this guy, it would, like, somehow make him look like this important guy? I think maybe it could be a little bit of that, right? Low impulse control. I think that you're right. Honestly, I think that the higher probability. No. Y'all right. And, like, again, I'm just trying to think this out. And yeah, let's see here. But no, it doesn't matter. No, definitely not. Stop justifying his behavior. Are you mentally retarded? Are you a retarded? You're not a retarded, are you? Do we have a retarded in chat? I think we do. Why would I justify what? Trying to figure out a person's motive is justifying their actions? What are you, stupid? Like, what are you talking about? I'm just having an open conversation. I understand that, like, you know, maybe having an open conversation and not saying anything the exact right way, in a way that, like, might not create friction with your, like, fragile fucking feelings. Maybe this is gonna get your dick in a knot, but I'm sorry. Untie it and stop crying. I don't give a fuck. Stop it. You fucking moron.
Hard on me, bro. I've been low-key, I've been stressed about it. I've been stressed about a lot of shit, you feel me?
Yeah.
You know, but I'm showing y'all, like, the real deal shit.
Yeah, I think that's possible. I think he's honestly, in my opinion, I think he's just a fucking impulsive retard, right? But, you know, there's a little bit more to it than that. And do we want to clear up misconception about my son? It's been confirmed by the, yeah, this is really what's going on here. And if I can find this, if there's any more of this here, this is him with his talking to his dad. Yeah, this is just crazy. Well, anyway, I'll see. There's maybe one more, but yeah, I'll watch this.
Rampage Jackson's son did something very bad last night. I mean, really bad. Like, people calling for him to be arrested for murder bad.
Yeah, no, definitely. Check drama alert for a new video. Okay, yeah, I'll see if there's something new real quick before I play the rest of this. Where it be at? Okay, yeah. Let me watch this, and then I'll watch the.
Rampage Jackson's son did something very bad last night. I mean, really bad. Like, people calling for him to be arrested for murder bad. While wrestling last night, Raja Jackson appeared on an independent wrestling show. By wrestling, I mean professional wrestling. WWE, It's fake. His role was simple. He was supposed to slam him and then land one punch and then get taken off. But then he just went crazy. Raja ended up landing like 25 punches on this wrestler's unconscious body. He was eventually dragged off. He wanted to continue. To fully understand this, let's go back earlier in the day. Raja got to the
Rampage
wrestling
Jackson?
event early. And while there, he ran into the wrestler.
I saw that.
Raja he started.
I'm gonna hit him as many times as I can. Watch.
Why? You know what? No, he just a retard. No, I'm out. Nah, there's no fucking high level brain function here.
promotion, and I was starting a storyline with you. Raja accepted his apology.
Here we
This was
go.
right before.
And just leave. Somebody who pull me off of him will leave. I'm telling you. I'm gonna hit him as many times as I can. Watch.
This dude actually ruined his life. He actually gone and ruined his entire life. That's assault. He's cooked. Like, he's cooked. He's done. Like, that's it. It's over. So, and this is the reason why, right? Like, if he had followed this, like, I'm a alternate universe this. If he had followed the script and the guy had got hurt, I would say worst case scenario manslaughter, but maybe it's just something that, you know, like, mistakes happen in wrestling. Mistakes happen in these kinds of things. People get hurt, right? And, like, that's what happens. It doesn't always mean that the person is, like, a horrible person and should go to jail forever. Like, just mistakes happen. But it's a workplace injury, right? But, like, this is him saying, flat out, plain English, point blank, I'm not going to follow the script. I'm going to beat the fuck out of him. It's not even...
Promotion, and I was starting a storyline with you. Raja accepted his apology. This was right before.
They told me to hit him and just leave. Somebody who pull me off of him will leave. I'm telling you. I'm gonna hit him as many times as I can. Watch.
He done. He done.
Raja did hit him as many times as he could. Now, who is Raja? He's the son of Rampage Jackson, who competed in MMA for a lot of his career in the UFC. He started streaming this year. He also has a big podcast about MMA. And Rampage became pretty big off of streaming. And his son's been involved in a lot of his streams and funny videos. Earlier this week, he was actually sparring at a gym because Raja is an MMA fighter. He has one professional fight in his career. He's only
usually wins are in the, on the left side. Is this what I think it is? It's a tie? Oh, it's a draw. All right. I mean, it's a draw. Draws happen. Okay.
He was training on stream.
Yeah.
And he got caught with a leg kick, which it was soft sparring. The guy probably shouldn't have kicked him as hard as he could. And he definitely got wobbled by it. That was on Wednesday, I think.
But, like, nobody's going and asking for that guy to get fucking arrested because, like, it's obvious that he didn't try to do that and, like, try to hurt him in that same way. Like, he's not kicking him whenever he falls down either.
The situation was so bad.
It's WLD? What? Warrior Lock Druid? No, I mean, guys, I'm talking about the thing.
After all the punches landed by Raja, that
win-loss draw.
Psycho Stu out. That's the wrestler's name. The rest of the show was canceled. Stu was rushed to the hospital with serious injuries. So we were working to find out more and have Stu in our thoughts. While this was all going down, Rampage was streaming with Sneeko. They watched the clip live on stream. Rampage then went on Twitter and discussed the situation. Psycho Stu, who at one point was thought that, you know, he wasn't waking up. People were concerned about if he was alive. But Rampage reported that he is awake and stable. Rampage then started by saying, Raja was unexpectedly hit the side of the head by him moments before Smith's match. Raja was told he could get his payback in the ring. I thought it was part of the show. It was bad judgment and a work that went wrong. I don't condone my son's actions at all. He suffered a concussion from sparring only days ago and had no business doing anything remotely close to physical contact. While this clip to me was right after Raja stayed alive on kick. After, I mean, at that point, he should have called a lawyer immediately. But
yeah, I'd have been like, man. Like, and especially him saying, like, my bad. Like, yeah, bro, I understand that you were upset about that, but, like, you know the guy might be dead. My bad. Jesus.
Say live on kick, and he was walking around outside the arena where they had the wrestling event, saying, like, people better stop playing with him. He's sick of being called the B word.
Yeah.
And he's going to stand up for himself. Bro, what?
Surely that won't happen in prison at all.
Wrestling.
And that's the other thing too, is like you're literally going to, it's like you're bringing a gun to like a fist fight. Like in professional wrestling, you're not trying to hurt each other, you're trying to put on a show. So like this guy basically goes to a PvE server to do some PvP. That's what happened. Yeah, you're bringing a gun to a pillow fight. Exactly. Like, what are you thinking?
And yeah, this clip's insane.
Yeah, everybody else has got an airsoft. This guy's got an AR-15. What is this?
Can't play because there's so much cursing in it. The wrestling promotion that put this on, Knox Pro Entertainment Academy, released a statement saying that what was supposed to be planned and agreed upon wrestling spot turned into a selfish, irresponsible act of violence against Mr. Smith. This egregious act is reprehensible and never should have occurred, which is true.
That's why it's so
in the 17 years of operation of Knox Pro Wrestling Academy, there has never been anything as heinous take place.
In my opinion, I think it does deserve, attempted murder. The reason why is because, just the way the guy acts. It's very clear this is an unstable, mentally unsound, dangerous person. And all you have to do is you just look at him for 5 minutes, you know that. Like I watched 5 clips, you know that, like that's it, right? He was brewing on for hours, yeah. Like it's bad for society. It is. It's bad for everybody that this dude is not in a box. It's bad for everybody.
Such as this, and we apologize to our patrons and fans. And as somebody that grew up watching wrestling, has stayed on top of the wrestling game and scene for a lot of my life.
Yeah.
I've never seen anything like this. This doesn't happen.
This is crazy.
This isn't like, no, this is really rare and really bad.
Very
no
rare.
idea if the police are going to get involved. I'm sure a lawsuit's coming. Psychos 2 was in the military earlier in his life, suffers from PTSD, and says he likes to wrestle.
I agree with you. Dad's just going to use his money to fix the dude's life, most likely. I mean, like, the thing is that I would see what you mean. Like, if this was like something that wasn't recorded from like 50 different angles, and you had like, this is beyond that, right? Not with the videos. Yeah, I mean, I don't see how, like, you don't really. This is done, right? Like, yeah, this is too much.
In order to get his mind off of all the struggles that he has mentally. So hopefully Psycho Stu's okay. Awful stuff.
Yeah, it's sad as fuck. And so there is apparently there is a bit of an update. I'll see if I can find the rest of this here and get to it. But yeah, this is literally posted to me right now. And damn, they fast. They watching right now. And I've never seen someone record themselves commit a premeditated murder. The fact that Raja Jackson doesn't even comprehend what he's done shows 2 things. His dad Rampage never raised him right, and 2, Raja will do this again the next time he's cornered or disrespected. Exactly. Like, this dude is 100% right. Like, this is such an obvious reality, right? It's not even a question. Drama art video. I know. I get to it. Okay, so let me scroll up. Make sure I don't miss anything. Okay, we don't need to. That's something different. Okay. So this is the video right now. I'll see if there's anything after this.
This is what happened, Chad. He went to a pro wrestling event with his coach.
I'm gonna just turn it up and I'm gonna go back. I'm running back.
They be just as crazy as.
Sorry about the volume. I don't know why my volume's always so low. Let me see. Make sure I got all my defaults turned up. Yeah, I do. Okay.
This is what happened, Chad. He went to a pro wrestling event with his coach. Those pro wrestlers, they be just as crazy as MMA guys, right? The pro wrestling guy don't know my son, and he hit him over the head with like a can or a beer can or a bottle or something.
Right.
And my son didn't know it didn't know it was coming. Didn't know. They didn't tell my son. And he hit my son over the head. I guess he thought my son was a pro wrestler or something.
Yeah.
And Roger didn't react, but Roger didn't fight though. He didn't do anything because I told Roger not to get punched, but still nigga hit my son over the head. And then he asked my son, "You ain't gonna sell it when you in pro wrestling?" So this motherfucker that hit my son is stupid. So in order for me not to go to fucking jail,